Hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you guys are all doing well. I think I need to go over to the class trainer, because I'm pretty sure we never trained level 12. I saw that somebody posted a Twitter from the WoW devs into the Discord, and it was talking about hardcore. 360,000 deaths since launch. 360,000 characters dead. Average level at death is 9. People are only making it to level 9. 32% of all hunters in hardcore are dead. Pretty interesting. They have a little heat map, like a little heat map over time. As you can see, like all the characters dying in all the starting zones. It's pretty interesting. Pretty cool stuff. And after we train, we'll probably start off with a little bit of fishing. Could be a good idea. Wishful level 9 is when the elevator got your hunter. So not only are you dead at level 9, but you are one of the hunters that are no longer with us. That's like a double whammy.
Blood and thunder.
The social media, Blizz is carrying them a lot lately. As far as like good PR, yes, I think so. I don't social media a lot, but it does seem like they are like actually trying to have a presence and have it be like fun and entertaining and engaging, which is what you want to see. Yeah, we definitely didn't train. We got Overpower, Battle Shout 2, and Shield Bash, which I can't afford. And I didn't send myself any money. I have to send myself money right now. I meant to do it last night. We went for 5 hours and then I just couldn't get back on my PC after that. So I have to send myself a little bit of money immediately. We have 3 gold. Let's just send like 30 silver for now. And we'll have that in an hour. Yeah, the bank alt's doing okay. Yep. That's our meta progression. 3 golds. 1 character dead. 3 golds. Alright, so what do we want to start with today? We don't really have a lot of low level stuff, honestly. I'm kind of thinking about taking us over to Tirisfal Glades. We're gonna have to get the RFC quest from Undercity eventually anyway, as well as the breadcrumb into Silverpine. So maybe we go to Tirisfal, and maybe we do some of the at-level stuff. We won't have all the quests. I don't think we'll do all the quests over there, but maybe it would be beneficial for us to do the ones that are like level 7 and up, whatever is not gray. I think we can do like the level 6 and 7 quests and up, and they shouldn't be gray yet. Yeah, I really wish that they would make it instant too, Alex. I feel like back in the day they had to have a timer because it was probably like stress on the servers. But they have the technology in place now to do it instantly, you know. So I really wish that we could see some quality of life stuff like that. Just between, like, you know, your own characters. The auction house mails you stuff instantly, doesn't it? So, you know, they could do it. But they would actually have to go into the game and, like, do some work. And it's easier to say, like, well, no changes, and stick to that than it is to actually go in and do a little bit of work. I think that instant mail would be good. I also think people would probably appreciate having the barber shop. You know, I would never want transmog in Classic Era, but I feel like people would really appreciate having the barbershop. You ever make a character and play it for like 15 hours, and then you realize it's just the ugliest, worst character you've ever made and you hate looking at it? I haven't had that happen recently, but that used to happen to me sometimes back in the day. I would just make a character, and after looking at it for a while, I'd be like, oh man, why did I choose that face? Why did I choose that hair? And I have in my past deleted characters and re-rolled simply because there's like a couple of things I didn't like. So I feel like the barbershop would be a good quality of life add to Classic. Steven, you did try Starfield? Yeah, I was... I'll rant about Starfield in a minute, a little bit. Not a lot. Vale, thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. So Starfield is day one on the Game Pass. Except, how can you call something day one on the Game Pass when somebody can plop down $60 and have it like a week before that? That's not day one on the Game Pass. That's day 7 on the Game Pass. It's mismarketing, it's misadvertising, and it's misleading. And so F Bethesda and F Microsoft, because I didn't even realize you could pre-order it and get it early. I might have like found the money to scrape together to play it yesterday. If I had even really realized, because I just kept seeing, oh, day 1 Xbox, September 5th, day 1, day 1, day 1, day 1, day 1. And so I'm waiting for September 5th. Meanwhile, the rest of the planet has already played the shit out of Starfield, made up their mind about it, and now I have absolutely zero desire to play it on my channel. So I don't think I'm going to. I'm gonna wait for day 1 on the Game Pass, and I'm gonna check it out on my Xbox. Because if I'm gonna do stuff for the channel, I'd rather be here playing WoW with you guys and hanging out. And so unless the game is like the most amazing thing I've ever played, I don't think I'm gonna put it on the channel at all. I was gonna do like a first 3 hours of gameplay so people could check it out, but everyone who wants to check it out just paid the money. It was $30 for the pre-order. Oh, but you have the battle pass. Okay. Yeah, and it's either way, like, I just wasn't alert enough to really realize. I just kept looking at the day 1, September 5th thing, and I bought into the lie. I saw that Ko was playing it, and at first I was like, oh, Ko got, like, press access to Starfield, and then I saw everybody was playing it. I'm like, oh, okay, there's a pre-order thing going on. So, yeah, that kind of took the wind out of me for even wanting to try it. I'm glad it's good. It got an 88 in OpenCritics, so yeah. Ko said it was the least buggy Bethesda game he's played, I think. Was as far as I watched into his thoughts video before stopping. So that was good to hear. Yeah, I don't want, especially for my channel, Victus, like the point of the gameplay footage would be to like let people see it like right away. So for me, there's no incentive to play it on my channel, because people who want to see it have already like paid and they've already decided. That's kind of how it is with YouTube. Like if you're gonna do something on day 1, you have to do it on day 1. If you want people to see your content. And I didn't plan on doing a Let's Play series. If I had planned on doing a whole series, then I would probably still put it on the channel. But I had just thought to do like the first 3 hours of gameplay so that people could check it out without trying to buy into a 100-hour playthrough. Yeah, it's just for content. I'm gonna play it on the Xbox still, or if my wife likes it, I'll just watch her play it. Like I still want to see the game, but it took the wind out of my sails for wanting to spend my work day, my time, to put it on the channel, because that's time that I then can't hang out with you guys. And if it was going to be a day 1 thing and we can all check it out, then that would have been okay. But it's not a day 1 thing anymore. The reviews are in, people have seen all the gameplay. Ko's probably 30 hours into the game, people can go watch him, you know? That's how I feel. Robert, hello from Michigan. Thanks for being here. The professions on the priest Anubis. Yeah, I remember when I did a couple videos for professions. I'm such a bad professions person. I have to like the professions are like work. I have to make myself do it. The PC version doesn't run very well, Victus. That's good. That's even more incentive for me just to play it on my Xbox. That's awesome. I think it's a game that I'll enjoy just kind of sitting on the couch and playing it, you know? I don't think right now for my channel it really matters or makes sense for me to put any of it on the channel. If it was more of something on brand, like if it's like when Avowed comes out in 2024, like we'll play Avowed on the channel because it's kind of like more of what I'm into, like fantasy, high fantasy, Whereas, like, obviously Starfield is, like, science fiction. But yeah, I think I'll just enjoy it on the Xbox. In 27 days from now when I get access to it. 4 days, 5 days from now. Day one Game Pass. Austin, I have not read any of the Malazan series. No. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all. Is Starfield Fallout in space? I'm not sure. I haven't played it yet. But it is a Bethesda game in space. Yeah, it's Oblivion in space. Yep, there you go. It's Fallout in space. Yep, the votes are in. And it seems like Starfield is just Fallout in space. Yeah, Inner Nightmare, I want to play it too. I have to wait till it's day one on Game Pass. Because I pay $10 a month for the Game Pass. I want to take advantage of that. And I don't want to pay $70 for a video game. So I don't get to play it on real day one, but I'll get to play it on fake day one. Along with every other schlub who couldn't afford the $30 or whatever to pre-order it. To reactively pre-order it after I found out way too late that it was like gonna be a pre-order early access type deal. It's not on like, we can get into semantics, but let me tell you this. Since there are people playing it yesterday and it's not on Game Pass yet to download and play for free, it's not day one. I think that like offering pre-order as a way to incentivize people to get into early access, I think it's a crummy business practice when you're also touting day one on Game Pass and you're trying to sell your Game Pass to people under the guise of having games that come out on day one, but then on the side you're letting people pay a bunch of money up front to play it early. I don't agree with either of those things from like a business standpoint, so we can just have different opinions about it though, that's fine. Yep, Tim just said it. 2-tier release dates are fucking gross. Absolutely. How far are we in? 17 minutes? That's far enough in for an F-bomb. Yeah, YouTube probably won't catch that one. Yeah, well, I don't pirate stuff because pirating stuff's illegal. That has nothing to do with Microsoft and their crummy business practices, though. That's all. Yeah, offering a 2-tiered release and charging people more money to play before everybody else, while also lying and saying you can pay for the Game Pass for $10 and get shit on day one, that's scummy business practices no matter how you slice it. It has nothing to do with streamers. Yeah, the streamers didn't get it any earlier than any other person that pre-ordered it. They were playing it yesterday with everybody else. I heard that Microsoft did not even give out press access or press kits beforehand. That's why I love MMO releases. Yeah, Steven has it right. That's why MMO and like specifically WoW releases are good, because like the servers open when the servers open. You are live when the servers open. Yep. But yeah, you know, I'll still play it and I'll probably like it. It's probably better this way. I don't really have the time to play it at all. I don't even want to take the 3 hours to put it on the channel because I'd rather spend that time here hanging out with you guys. I haven't watched Ahsoka. Spoilers. Keep the spoilers out of chat. I don't know if I'm ever going to watch Ahsoka, but I haven't watched it yet. Because what I realized after watching episode 1 of Ahsoka, that all it is, it's live action Star Wars Rebels. And I didn't watch Star Wars Rebels. So as of right now, I have no attachment or care to give for any of the characters. And it's pretty clear that I'm supposed to know them all and care about them all. And I don't. So I started watching Star Wars Rebels. I watched the first episode, like they're short episodes. And if I ever have a bunch of time, it'll probably be something that I let run in the background. And kind of just like absorb it in the background. And then maybe if I grow an attachment or a care for any of those characters or their stories, then I'll go back and watch Ahsoka. But I feel like labeling the show Ahsoka and not calling it live action Star Wars Rebels is misbranding. Because I thought it was just going to be... I didn't think it was going to have all the Rebels characters in it. I understood that she was like part of their story. And that was part of her story. But I didn't realize that the show was going to directly involve all of the characters from Star Wars Rebels. Had I known that, had I done a little bit of research, or had they better called the show a proper name, I would have watched Star Wars Rebels before the show came out. I could have watched it over the past couple months, like, slowly. So yeah, that was crappy. And the production values from what I saw were not good. So that made me less excited about it. The production, they reminded me of like the sets and the stage dressing for Obi-Wan, which was also horrible. It kind of reminds me if like college kids tried to put on a Star Wars play, like the kind of sets that they would build. And when I compare it to stuff like Andor, especially to Andor, but also to The Mandalorian in some regard, like it's so weak. And it's so like, it's such a freshman effort.
Goodbye.
From like, the characters are wearing clothing that is supposed to kind of be iconic and like, but none of the outfits look lived in. None of the outfits look real. It's all like something that somebody put together for their cosplay, like a day before the cosplay. And so I count that under production value. This freaking wanted sign. And so I wasn't impressed by any of that stuff, which made me less excited to get through Rebels to watch it. But that's my Ahsoka rant for the day.
What is it? Beware. Our enemy is abound. What is it?
I'm not gonna have room for all these quests. That's unfortunate. What am I gonna drop? What am I gonna drop? Something. We're gonna drop something. We've got a bunch of completed warrior quests. I'm not gonna take these right now then. I'm not gonna take that one. Okay.
Trust no one.
I'm not gonna do this gray quest.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Let's go north. We'll do the grave robbers and we'll do Bagadai. It's childish at first, but it gets good. Well, what I hate about it is that, like, everything about Rebels is better. Even, like, episode 1 of Rebels, which was made a long time ago in CG, everything about it looks better. The characters look better, the backgrounds look better, the combat looks better, the outfits look better, the lighting looks better. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a character that's been animated since her inception. These are all characters that have been animated since their inception. Why in the hell did this have to be a live-action show? Why couldn't they have just done Ahsoka, the animated series, featuring the Star Wars Rebels cast, and just use some kick-ass, cutting-edge CG? You know, the way the characters have always been, the way the world has... I don't think it needed to be live-action, and I think that it would have been a lot better, both for, like, fans of Rebels and just new people coming in, if it wasn't live action. Because I don't feel like that. I know they probably want to do crossovers, but listen, they're not going to do crossovers. They're not building an MCU with Star Wars here. And if they're trying to, they're doing a poor job. Because you can't build a connected universe that crosses over. Firstly, it's hard to do across different timelines, because they're all in a different age of the world. Secondly, it's impossible to do when the production values of every show that you do are vastly different. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna have... So you don't need to pull these characters into the real-life space, because you're not gonna have crossovers. At least you shouldn't. Because it's not gonna mesh well. Like, I know Ahsoka was in the Mandalorian episode. But, like, when you look at both shows, they look so different and they feel so different that having a crossover is just gonna be jarring for one audience or the other, like, going forward. It's so weird. You don't want a CG Warcraft movie, Victus. You want a CG Warcraft animated series. Because a movie is going to have exactly this much time to tell a story. And an animated series could have this much time to tell a story. You don't want a movie. If you like something and you want it to tell a big story and have it be good these days, you don't want it to be a movie. Because movies have absolutely zero time to convey a story. But if it's like a really good like series, you can do 9 or 10 episodes a season for 5 seasons. That could potentially tell a good story if you maintain writers, if you maintain actors, if you maintain directors, producers, production value, budget. If you manage to do all that, then like what Clone Wars did, you can tell a really amazing, compelling story about characters over a long period of time. But you shouldn't hope for movies, because movies suck. Like, movies for big intellectual properties suck, because you get so little of the story and so little of the characters years and years apart. That's my opinion. How many times did I die on official hardcore? Exactly 1 time so far. How many times have you died on official hardcore? Arcane had the rating. Absolutely. Oh my god, I can't wait till season 2 of Arcane. I have to go back and watch Arcane again soon. But I need to find out when and if there's ever going to be a season 2, because I feel like it should almost be time for a season 2, shouldn't it? Weren't they doing, was it 2 years between seasons or something? Which seems kind of weak, but okay, it was exceptional, so I get it. Yeah, Arcane. So every once in a while I forget about Arcane, and then when I remember it again, like I just did, I get really excited. Sixes, I did watch the horrible adaptation of The Wheel of Time on Amazon. Yeah, me and my wife watched that one. I think I bitched the entire time each episode was on for the entire run length of every episode. I think it was just me complaining about every single thing they changed and how it didn't make sense. What I finally had to accept was that they were just doing their own thing with it. It was like, it should have been based off, it is based off of, that's the thing, is like, it's based off of Wheel of Time. But it isn't telling the story of Wheel of Time. It's just using characters and some of the systems and the world. It's using the proper nouns. It's using the proper nouns of Wheel of Time to do whatever they want. And that's what I had to tell myself eventually. We finished watching the season. And they, you know, obviously it had basically no coherency compared to the books. But I just eventually had to tell myself that that was fine, I guess. What I wish about the Wheel of Time show was that I wish it had the budget of their Lord of the Rings show. Because obviously that was another show that just kind of had bad production values, and it obviously didn't have a good budget. And I just wish it had had the budget of the Lord of the Rings show, and I think it could have been pretty good if it had. Yeah, like there were some things I liked about the Wheel of Time show, like some of the actors' performances I liked. I didn't really like any of the changes to the storyline. But some of the actors' performances were good. Yeah. But the production value, like how the Trollocs looked, some of the fight scenes were questionable. The wardrobe suffered from the same issue I talked about with Rebels. Where like the wardrobes were all like, they were too new, too crisp, not lived in, not believable. It was like they made their cosplay outfits and then they wore them the next day, and like it was just not believable. I see, Victus, you're probably a big Lord of the Rings fan, aren't you? See, I'm not a big Lord of the Rings fan at all. I don't know a lot about the lore of the world or anything like that. And I thought the show was great and very fun to watch. And I don't know anything about the real events. See, that's the difference, is I know all the Wheel of Time stuff. So every time they retcon something, every time they change something, every time a character wasn't right, I was pissed. But I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings. Except that the movies were fun to watch. And so for me, Rings of Power was great. Yeah. Oh man, I loved it. Yeah, I can't wait till season 2. And I think that's the difference when you know about an intellectual property that something's based on, and when you don't know about it. Because my wife enjoyed the Wheel of Time show, even though she acknowledged that it wasn't like highest production value, because she didn't read the books. So she was able to take the ride they were putting her on. Whereas I fought the ride every step of the way, similar to what your experience with Rings of Power sounds like. You loathed all of it. That was how I felt about the Wheel of Time show. I hated every moment of it because I knew what it should have been. I knew what it could have been. I wanted just to see the books play out with good actors. That's what I wanted, and that's not what they gave me. And your issue with the Lord of the Rings was probably like stuff they did to the timeline, stuff they did to the characters, stuff they did to the story, stuff they did to the lore, right? It was probably like a lot of maybe stuff that was changed from what maybe you knew as like the reality of that universe. And I think that's the big difference. And of course, like at least with Rings of Power had a high budget, yeah. Which to me is what made it great, because I didn't care about any of the consistency or the retconning. Daniel, you're checking out Elantris? That's awesome. That's obviously, that's a really good place to start, because that's like, that is basically like, is near to the beginning as you can get for like the Cosmere. Yeah, for Wheel of Time, I just wanted to see the books play out, you know, in some conceivable way. I should have known that wasn't what it was going to be. Sometimes it seemed like they made changes to spite the original fiction. Did you ever feel that about the Wheel of Time show? That sometimes it felt like they changed stuff to like somehow spite. Everything was like the opposite. Instead of living in like a flat like riverland area, like Rand was up in on a mountainside. Like everything they changed, like they changed things, and they when they changed something, they almost made it the opposite of what it was. It felt like retconning to a degree that they just did the opposite as much as they could, which was a weird way to retcon stuff. I'm waiting for Rand to not be the dragon. I don't think Rand al'Thor is going to be the dragon in the Wheel of Time show. I think it's going to be somebody else, because that's what they're doing. They're doing everything the opposite. And so the opposite of Rand being the Dragon Reborn is probably like Egwene being the Dragon Reborn. They're going to do something baffling with it. I know it. and when they do that, that'll be the last season that they make. But they are going to do something different with it. Buffalo Bill, good morning, man. Robert, good morning. I'm missing a lot of people because I'm ranting about this, so thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. You're tuning into me in the middle of like a TV show rant. I apologize. But I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, if Rand doesn't end up being the dragon, you're out. Exactly, Stompy, but I don't think that they realize that's going to be people's reaction. I do think they're going to do something different with it. I can't clear these guys fast enough to get to Magadai. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what to do here. I'm kind of hoping another player will come along eventually. Keopi, good morning. Mo, good morning. Mark, welcome. Yeah, see, like, it took me a long time to like give a crap about Game of Thrones, and I'm still not convinced that I do. Game of Thrones is too murdery for my enjoyment. I don't enjoy my fantasy shows being murdery. I don't want to have to... It's because Walking Dead was murdery, and I liked Walking Dead. But for Walking Dead, I would usually spoil the episode for myself beforehand, so I didn't have to feel the stress of the episode. I would just look up, like, who dies this week in Walking Dead. And I'd spoil it for myself. And then I'd be able to actually enjoy the episode play out, and I wouldn't have to be tensed about, like, who was going to bite it. And that's what Game of Thrones is. It's just like, someone's going to die... It's gonna be awful, and like I don't really get off on that kind of thing. It just makes me anxious, and I don't like it when characters just get killed for shock value. And that's what a lot of Game of Thrones struck me as, was just like characters getting killed graphically for shock value. And I eventually, you know, my wife really liked it, so we watched all of the original show, including the awful last season, and we started watching the new one as well. The new one seems to be less murdery. I shouldn't say that yet, but the new show seems just so far to be a little bit less murdery than the first run. Who was gonna bite it? That was an unintentional Walking Dead pun. Yeah, I wish I could take credit for that one, but it was unintentional. Joel says the new one's about to get real murdery, because you know from the books, right? I'm hoping that with that, I hope they go a different way from the books, I guess, then. Yeah, it probably is. It's probably gonna get murdery. I know, it's Game of Thrones. Of course it is. Of course it's going to. And that will be when I start bouncing off it more, when I start walking away during the episode to clean the kitchen or do the dishes. And like it'll be when I stop engaging with it nearly as much. Because there were several times during the first season that I thought, oh man, so-and-so's about to bite it. And then they didn't die. And I was like, oh, wait. The awful, horrible thing that I thought was going to happen didn't happen. Like, maybe they're going a different route with it. So yeah, it's probably about to get really bad. Of course I have no inventory space. Why would I? I need 10 slot bags. Like, I gotta look on the auction house maybe. I have some golds. Skip the episode Blood and Cheese if you have a kid. That sounds awful. Yeah. I mean the episode name, that sounds horrible. We don't turn that kind of stuff on while James is like out and awake. Like stuff like Walking Dead and Game of Thrones. And even stuff like, you know, mainly because we will enjoy it more if he's not like running into the living room every 5 minutes. But also because yeah, I don't have that stuff on when my kid's awake. Because he doesn't even need to hear the gurgly sounds from the other room. It's not even just about like seeing it. If he's not asleep with the volume the way it is, if he's got his bedroom door open, he would just hear all the gurgly murdering. And that would probably be just as disturbing as like having to see it. Alright, we're good here. Let's get back to Brill. I don't really want to fight too many more guys because I don't wanna miss the opportunity to loot. Yeah, 6 I liked the human versus human stuff a lot less in Walking Dead as well, but it was always gonna go that way. Because eventually you learn how to deal with zombies, you know? Eventually, yeah, they became complete badasses. And they just dealt with things. But so yeah, there had to be humans. Like, and some of those plot lines were better than others. The worst season for me was just like the first season that Negan came into the story was like it was almost unwatchable for me. It was almost unwatchable. I think I sped watched it on 1.5 speed with the subtitles on. Because it was just like, I just didn't like it. After that, like after Negan was kind of dealt with a little bit, like then it got a little better. But yeah, for a while it was unwatchable. Gab, I am having a good morning so far. You know, the funny thing about this morning was it's Friday, obviously. And I woke up bright and early, like I have been all week. I woke my son up, we got ready, we had breakfast, we went to school. As I approached the school, I noticed that the parking lot was completely empty. There was no one at the school. And the horrible thing about society now is that the first thought I had was like, oh no, like something happened. I thought I had just like this sinking feeling in my stomach, like, oh no, something happened. Somebody called something in, something happened, there's nobody here. And then I didn't see any emergency vehicles. And then I thought, oh my god, is today Saturday? Did I lose a whole day? And then my son goes, I forgot to tell you. We don't have school. It's Friday before Labor Day. There's no school.
Speak quickly.
That was my morning. That's how I started my day.
Remember,
which was good,
patience.
Because had I known there was no school, I probably would have slept in, which I would have regretted later in the day.
Trust no one.
But yeah, we got all the way to the school and the parking lot was empty. And then like he thinks it's his responsibility. He's like, oh no, I forgot to tell you. I told mom yesterday, and mom forgot, because like mom packed the lunch that I grabbed this morning to bring with him. So, you know, I had no indication that today was not a school day. Alright, inventory. Let's clean it out.
Speak quickly.
Let's clean. I gotta clean it out. We should probably be making potions first. Let's do a bunch of these and we'll sell some. Fire wand. I'm just gonna sell it at this point. I don't need 2 stacks of bandages. Meaty bat wings. I feel like there's probably a cooking recipe for this. I don't know. I just don't know where it would be. The lumberjack axe I don't need. Earthroot I do need. The wolf meat I can cook. The boar meat I can cook. Okay, so we have to do some cooking. And we could, how many potions do we have? 6. Let's even it out and vendor the 1. Mage Royal we probably need for alchemy. Let's do the rest of these. Crispy bat wings is the recipe. I'm assuming maybe I can get that from somebody here. There it is. Yeah, it's on the vendor that we're currently on. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Victory for Sylvanas. To you too. Alright, let's go do the cooking. Yeah, Cadis, they usually send home a schedule. My kid has not come home with a calendar or a lunch schedule or anything yet. He's already lost his blue folder that he's supposed to bring home every day, and it's only been 2 days. Gonna have to call the teacher and strategize on ways to maybe help him remember to bring stuff home, because yeah, having a calendar would be good. But they also have this phone app they communicate through called Class Dojo. And typically, like, the teachers and the PTO will post stuff on Class Dojo to, like, it'll alert you on your phone and just say, hey, remember, tomorrow is not a school day. And they didn't do that this time. So that was a little weird. But yeah, I obviously need, like, a school calendar. But at the same time, it was fine because had I known, I would have overslept. And I would have regretted it. We can do let's finish Grave Robbers. And then maybe we'll head out and do the Scarlet Warriors. Or we could do that in reverse order. Let's do the Scarlet Warriors first. The fish recipe, I can get that out of my bags. Absolutely tactical, thank you. And then I can actually sell the food. I don't need all this food.
I haven't got all day.
You do have all day. You stand here all day. Don't tell me you don't have all day. I didn't do meaty bat wings. Oh, I need something else with the meaty bat wings, I guess. I need something else. Alright, it's okay. It's not perfect. It's probably never gonna be perfect. I can get heavy linen. We can learn heavy linen, we can make some of those. You've been standing there for 19 years. Exactly, Christopher. Exactly.
What now?
I must have my dialogue turned up or something, because I'm hearing them a lot more. Or maybe I have that one time we found that I had dialogue turned off. So maybe that's why I'm not used to hearing their little quips, and I keep responding to their little quips. Because I haven't heard them in a while apparently. So now I'm gonna spend half the stream like replying to the NPCs.
Trust no one.
Cadis, I did not. Where would I have to go get the files again? The same way we did before, or how would I go about updating it? I should update all my add-ons. I haven't updated anything in a couple days. Yeah, that's right, Janice. Yeah, we found out that I had it off when we were trying to listen to my orc laugh, and she was strangely mute. Yeah, that's what it was. And I'd had it off for like who knows how long it's been off. It's been off since we transferred my Season of Mastery Warrior over, and we played her in Outland, and one of the people in Outland kept yelling, and I turned dialogue off, and it never came back on. That was like 3 months ago. Okay, let's see. Open up my Curse Forge. My favorite dungeon and raid, Gim? My favorite dungeon is Shadowfang Keep. My favorite raid was probably either Ulduar or Firelands. Mainly because of the memories I have from like playing with my guild. Not necessarily like about the dungeon itself or the raid itself, but mainly because of like the awesome memories I have. Okay, everything I can update here is updated. So that's done. Name unavailable. Am I only going to roll one character? For now, I'm going to focus on the warrior. I doubt that that'll be like a forever thing. But for now, I want to focus on the warrior until we've made a bunch of progress. And I don't know. Then I thought about doing something on the alliance side, you know, to appease the people that like alliance more, and like I like alliance a lot too. But then, you know, I have the mage. I'm not sure if I want to keep playing the mage or not. I'm kind of realizing that I really love to be a melee class. And that I just haven't been in the mood for being a caster. It's on curse now. Oh, okay. See, I didn't realize you'd actually gotten it on curse. Hey, that's awesome. Let me take another look. Let me take another look. There we go. I'll tune you guys into that really quick. Okay, so now I have to search it through here, right? And it was the hardcore alerts. Yeah. High level alert. Boop. Right down here. Is this the one, Cadis, down at the bottom here? Yeah, I could look and see. I can look and see your name if I was super smart, and then I wouldn't have to ask you. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Let's go back. So that should be like fully updated then. Done. There we go. And then I have to reload. That's really cool, man. It's great to see that on CurseForge. And now the full chat message will be up top. That's awesome too. Ra, you heard that someone died while feigning death for too long? Oh no. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna go. If I go Alliance, I've already decided I'm gonna do a human rogue. Yep. That's the plan. You nailed it. If you feign death for the full 6 minutes, you die. I never knew that. And I bet the person didn't know that either. I bet they like feigned death and they went and got like a sandwich, you know? And then they came back and they were really dead. Yeah, I bet they just didn't know that at all, because I never knew that. Of course, I don't play a lot of Hunter. Add a rank for officer alts. How do I make it so that some of you guys can do that stuff in the guild? How do I give some people some actual control of stuff like ranks and things like that? Like, what do I have to do to give you guys that control? I love what's been done on the Discord, by the way. Clint and everybody else who have been working on that, like they've made the Discord into like an actual Discord. Like it looks like a Discord now. And that's awesome. But yeah, I kind of want like other people to go ahead and run. When I said before, like when we went to make the guild, I said I wasn't gonna really be able to be a good guild leader. That I could be in the guild, we could have the guild, you know, for the community. But that like I'm not the kind of person who's a really good a guild leader. You guys saw what the Discord looked like, okay? That's like the extent of my like attention span / capabilities / willingness. And I've always known that about myself. That's why I've never led a guild or anything. You need somebody on the West Coast for re-invites. Yeah, it's like I have lots of people, but apparently I have EU people and I have East Coast people and some Central people, and I don't think I have a lot of West Coast people. Where are all my West Coast folks? Be sad, Doug. You're on the West Coast? Are you online right now? You're about to be promoted. I can't promote you on this character. Son of a biscuit. That's the other thing. I need to pass guild lead probably from my mage to this character. How do I do that? Yeah, I need to pass guild lead. Let's take a look at that now. Hey, you're in Central. You're still gonna be an officer now, and then I gotta find some more West Coast people. But I gotta pass guild lead to myself. /G lead and then my guy's name. Okay, that's easy now that I don't have a weird character in it. Also, I should see if this character has any money. Any money, buddy? She has some stuff I should get rid of. People are gonna log in now and like, oh, we're playing the mage. No, we're not. I won't do all that stuff now. I won't do the mail now. I'll just do the guild lead now. So /G lead rambles. Oh, that didn't work. /G leader. Okay, let's try that. Rambles. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. That's awesome. Whoa, we're playing. Yeah, right. Exactly. Whoa, we're playing the mage now. Oh man. Robert, the Discord info should be in the guild info. It's good for 7 days, so it should still be good if you pop into the guild info tab. Let me know if it doesn't work. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm guild lead. Boop. There you go. Boop. Okay, perfect. And then who else do I got online? A lot of names without a lot of character names without a note telling me who you are in chat. If you guys have a character in the guild and your name is vastly different than your chat name, go ahead and put a note so I can see like whose character I'm looking at. Would be incredibly helpful because it's hard to keep track of all the names, you know. But yeah, we'll get some more officers eventually here, and maybe that will alleviate things. How big is the guild now? How many offline do we got? We got 164 total members. That's quite large. It's quite large. Any dungeons? Probably not today. I think tomorrow we should be at a level where we can easily do RFC. We might be able to do it today. I think we have all the quests almost. Yeah, it's possible. It depends on how many levels we get and how efficient I am. We might even do it in the evening. Maybe if I can get to like level 15, then maybe I might get on in the evening. Although that would leave out some EU people because that'd be pretty late for the. But then again, it's Friday, so maybe that would be okay for some folks. There you go, Robert. I got you. Steven, you'd be down for heals this evening if we did RFC? Okay, okay. Well, perfect. And then we just need a tank and a couple other DPS. Maybe I would try to do it not like super late, since I don't have to, since there's not school today, I don't have to pick up my son. I can kind of like rearrange some stuff. So yeah, maybe I can get off of here at a normal time, but then come back on like before dinner my time. And then that way it'd be a little bit earlier for everybody. Like if I came back on at like 5 p.m. my time, then that might be like 11 for some people in the EU. Or even if I came back on at like 4:30. We'll see if we can level. We'll see if we can even get into level range. I guess that's like the first thing we have to figure out. Like, can I get to the level range for it? Gab, I think somebody has to make you a member instead of an initiate. And so yeah, we have an initiate rank, but we usually boost everyone up to member right away. That gives you the ability to put a note into your character. And that's the other thing. If somebody wants to like work on some of those ranks, like you guys should do that. If you guys have the access to do it. Because like I know that it probably needs to be done. We probably need to change the ranks a little bit. I don't know if it's useful for anyone to have to come in at initiate, just for us to then manually have to promote them to put them where we need them. So it's like, ideally there would be no initiate. You would just come in and be a member and you'd be able to edit your note. That would be a little bit more ideal. Only I can do that. Oh, that's lame. Who's gonna be the GM? Only I. Of course, there's not like a co-GM thing I can do. Okay, so if I want the ranks to be named differently, if I want the ranks to give different privileges, I have to do that. Hey, a small red pouch I don't need. It's still cute. There we go. Red and green. We're gonna be ready for Christmas colors here. There we go. Red, you don't think most streamers bother with doing professions and stuff? I'm not sure. I've never watched anyone else actually play World of Warcraft. Yeah, you think the initiate rank is valuable to have tactical? I guess if we got to a point, you know, we could want to have it. It just sucks that they can't edit their note. Maybe I should just change that. Maybe people could be initiates, but I would just give them the ability to edit their note. Can I do it that way? Like if I go initiate, modify my guild info. Is that what it is? Edit public note. Okay. Yeah. Edit so okay, so now initiates will be able to edit public note. And that's fine. I'll have to look at some of the stuff and see if there's any value in changing anything else. This guy is in a bad way. I could probably, yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He was trying to do the Voidwalker quest. Well, he wasn't doing a good job of it. It didn't seem like. Let me take a look. My Discord is so, like, it's being so weird. Here, maybe I have to show you guys, because I don't understand why it's doing this. I can't figure it out. That's how stupid I am. So when I see people's names here, I get, like, a lot of what I get is, like, I get the first letter of their name. And it's like, I don't think the name is R ... Like, I don't really know why I'm not seeing the full name. That's what's been confusing me. Like, this is Otuken, I think, but, like, I'm just seeing these ... And it doesn't matter, like, what I do to this. Oh, it's streamer mode. What is that? What does that mean? Oh, I see. And usernames have been truncated. Okay, God, Robert. This is why I can't do these things, because I won't read stuff. Yeah, I won't read stuff. There are words on the screen. They're telling me the information that I need, but my brain just ignores them. Yeah, I get it now. It makes total sense to me now. Yeah. And so, like, last night, though, when I was trying to look at it, I must have still had this on, even though I wasn't streaming, because it was the same problem I had last night. I couldn't see people's names. Okay, well, that makes sense, I guess. And if I could just read words, then we would be fine. Johnny, good morning, man. Yeah, I thought you weren't going to be back around till Monday. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, so that's done. Let's head over and finish up the Rothhide Grave Robbers, I guess. I'm not sure if, like, doing stuff here was very valuable from, like, an XP perspective. But we still also have to stop in the Undercity and pick up the RFC quest. And grab the flight point. Also, Herbalism is getting to a point where it's almost capped out. So we're gonna want to train Herbalism back when we're in Brill. We are level 12. Mm-hmm. You know, I never put overpower on the bar. That could be really helpful. Now, it doesn't really seem to proc a lot. But, you know, it's still nice to have out. Johnny, that's awesome, by the way. Thanks, Clint. I really appreciate like all the work on the Discord. It looks awesome now. It looks like a real Discord. Which it didn't before. I'm actually going to pin that. I'm going to pin that for a while. J-Tom, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I've had that happen to me as well. And that's not a good place to be. It's hardcore life. Yeah, and I won't even say like think of it as an opportunity to do something different or better. I'll just say like for now that really sucks. And it will get better, obviously, but it's okay to let it really suck for a bit. Yeah, that's the best way to think about it. If I had not unexpectedly lost my job right before 2020, I wouldn't be here streaming with you guys, and like none of this would have happened. So, sometimes you have to see it that way. Sometimes the door hits you in the face, yeah. Sometimes it hits you in the face swinging both ways. That happens too. And then you still have to go through the door. We are in combat, but I don't know with what. I don't see anything. Okay, now we're good. Ash, good morning. William, how far do I think Blizzard will take the classic servers in terms of expansions? Probably through to Mist. I mean, we're definitely going to get Cataclysm. We'll get that announcement at BlizzCon coming up in November. And then I feel like they'll probably take it through to Mist to Pandaria. I don't think they'll get through to into WoD, because I feel like in WoD, like WoD start. I'm gonna say WoD a lot. My wife loves it when I say WoD over and over again. WOD. WoD started the trend of like very cinematic, following the story characters, a plot, big moments, like throughout the whole expansion. I really think Warlords started with that trend where it kind of became almost like a different game. Like we're charging through the portal, you know, with all of our boys and ladies, and it's like super cinematic right from the get-go. Somebody kicks an orc through the portal, we burst through, Khadgar's there, hurling arcane stuff, and we just follow that plot thread around with them. And it was kind of the first time that World of Warcraft felt that way, like we were following these story characters on a big, like, in-our-face story. Myst had a big story, but it felt more like, you know, you're still just adventuring in the world, the story's happening, but you're not really directly always involved with it. That's kind of my read on, like, the difference from, like, Myst to Pandaria into Warlords of Draenor. Mackenzie, do I plan to play more Baldur's Gate 3? No. I found the game incredibly boring to play.
That better be good.
It probably had a really good story. I just don't want to listen to my NPCs talk at me for 8 hours.
Our time will come.
And if I want a really good story, I'll go read. I'm reading the Cosmere books right now. So if what I'm after is a good story, which I often am, I'm just gonna go read books. There wasn't enough gameplay that wasn't like outside of dialogue enough to engage me enough to care. Someone said I played the game like I was a 4-year-old with ADHD who had to pee really bad. And that's exactly what I felt like when I realized I'd have to click through hours and hours of dialogue to talk to everybody at my camp. I just didn't want to do it. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I'm the one person who feels that way in the whole world, but that's how I felt.
Beware, our enemies abound.
Alright, so what are we doing now? We have Scarlet Zealots over this way. Let's go over here. I wonder if doing these is really worth it. Oh, let's train Herbalism first. We talked about that. Yeah, it's just a interactive novel basically. Especially when that would have been okay, but then when I also realized the double whammy was realizing I had 20 hours of dialogue to listen to like every time I went to camp. The other thing was that like the game was if I wanted to fight, which I like to do in games, I like to do the combat stuff because you know you don't get to do cool combat stuff in real life most of the time. If you want to do the combat stuff, you're just gonna get killed a lot. Like a lot of the encounters you were supposed to talk your way out of. Which to me just means like you're gonna save scum your dialogue options over and over and over and over again until it leads to the favorable outcome where you talk the character out of the thing instead of fighting the people. And I'd prefer to have my games based around combat. I want it to be exploring through the world and just get into a random fight and like go at it with my characters and their abilities. And I wanted it to be more like that, but that's not what CRPGs are like. And that's not what D&D is like, and so that's not what Baldur's Gate was like. And then even during the times when we were supposed to fight, when fighting was what you were supposed to do, the few times they let that be okay, I found the combat really boring. And also like strategic combat without like an Overwatch mechanic, like it doesn't click to my brain. When I can't pull enemies into a kill box and like at least whittle them away with Overwatch shots, like I just don't know how to play. It just made me want to go play XCOM 2. Or something with actually good, like, turn-based tactical combat. Oh yeah, it's definitely not for me. Yeah. I know that the game is amazing and people think it's the best thing that's ever been made. So, like, it is just a me thing. This is not a critique of Baldur's Gate like it should have been anything except what it was. This is just why I don't like it. Yeah. It's probably going to win Game of the Year, and I guess it probably deserves it. It just was not enjoyable for me in any way. What should you be afraid of in Gnomeregan? Being in Gnomeregan. Do you have a hunter or a warlock in your group? Because if so, you're going to wipe. Don't let a hunter or warlock jump off anything to take shortcuts, because that's gonna get your whole group killed. Don't go into Gnomeregan, basically. The bombs are gonna kill people. Yeah, everything in Gnomeregan's gonna kill you. There's so many ways to miss pull, and times when the packs are large packs a lot of the time, and like it's a labyrinthine area. The music is awful. Yeah, be most worried about how anxious the music is gonna make you if you let it run. It'll start driving you crazy and you won't even know what's bothering you. Yeah, there's a couple jumps that you're supposed to dismiss your pets first, but people don't do it. They don't know. They don't know and they don't think about it. They jump and then like it takes like about 4 minutes. 4 minutes later, after you guys have been in combat for a long time and you don't know why, about 7 to 10 like guys are gonna come and they're gonna kill your group. Must-have mods, Koopa? I don't think there are many must-have mods. You have Questie. I mean, that's very helpful. We don't run a lot of mods. I have Bagnon. Bagnon makes the combined inventory, lets you clean it up like that. That's pretty useful. We have Leatrix Plus. We're having Leatrix Plus vendor our junk automatically and repair automatically when that's possible. We also have it doing a couple other things for us. We have enhanced quest log. Looks a little different, a little bit more like retail. Same thing with professions. And we have Leatrix maps, which gives us a smaller map, lets us move it around a little bit. And yeah, that's basically, I try to run like just a few mods. I don't like big interface changing mods that are like too bulky. Hola, it's going well. Thanks for asking, thanks for being here. Stony, your hunter died last night to furbolgs in a cave. What level were you, man? Blizz released some data today. They said 36% of all hunters are dead. So you're part of a big group of hunters. They also said that most character death happens like before level 9. Which is kind of crazy. You were level 9. You are the statistic, man. You are a walking statistic. How does it feel? You are one of the 36% of dead hunters, and you died at level 9, which is where they said like most characters don't get past level 9. That's crazy. That's so, their stats are so accurate. I've had a couple people tell me today that they were hunters, they died around level 9. Jeez. Oh, you know why too, is like hunters are not living because they don't have a pet till 10. Like, so yeah, like you're seriously gimped as a hunter until you get your pet. And so, and I don't think people really think about that a lot. You just kind of play it like a class, but you have to play it like knowing that it's gimped. You know, yeah, you'd have to play it knowing that you're missing a big chunk of your damage and protection. And if you just try to play it like another class up until 10, I can see why hunters are all dead, and I can see why 9 is the level, because at 9 hunters get their pet, or 10 they get their pet. Rogues, you don't get dual wield till 10. So, you know, rogues probably have a tough time staying alive past level 9 as well. It's crazy. Same thing's probably with like warlocks not getting their Voidwalker till 10. A lot of them probably don't make it. Jay says, remember when people were saying that this version wouldn't really be hardcore? Yeah, exactly. How many people came in like, I just don't get like how you could ever die. I don't think like I ever died in the game when I played. I don't even know how someone would die. Oh, you don't know how someone would... So you've never played WoW Classic before? Oh, okay, I hear you. You've never played before. Yeah, so many people were like, oh, this version of hardcore is not even going to be hardcore. Okay, then why was the average character life longer on Bloodsail Buccaneers, where most people live till like 12 or 14? Why is it less on this version? It's not hardcore. Yeah, sometimes you have to like think about the quest and be like, yeah, I just can't do this quest right now. Even if you're in the area already, even if it's like super appealing to do it, a lot of them you have to skip them. Unless you like, you can group up with people, and that could probably make it a little bit easier. But yeah. Especially at the low levels, I try to work on like mostly green stuff. When I don't have anything green, I kind of get worried. I'm like, okay, it's time to go find some green quests. I'm excited to do the harder elite quest. I'm excited to be able to do Pyrewood Village. Stuff like that I think is going to be really fun to do. It's content that I haven't seen in so long, because in solo self-found we just never really got to do a lot of it. The ogres up in Alterac also. Stromgarde Keep is going to be fun. A lot of places that we just like haven't got to see. We're going to get to group up and take them on. The no armor challenge, Shadow? It's hard enough already, man. I've already lost one warrior. I'm not at a level or emotional readiness to try like a no armor challenge run. Although a warrior would be a good class to do that on, I feel like. Yeah, Bernie, that's an okay point. I wonder if a lot of people don't really zone hop. Like, I feel like zone hopping is something you learn if you've played a lot of Classic. But if you're coming over from retail and you don't have a big history with like prior parts of the game, or maybe you're kind of a new player, then like the concept of zone hopping or like, you know, doing that to only have green quests, like that might not be something you're thinking about. No armor, no talent run. Sounds like, you know, a run that would end quickly. Unarmed combat only. Yeah, you have to zone hop. You can't just try to go through the progression of levels. If you do that, you're going to find yourself quickly outpowered by enemies. And you will die. And even if you weren't playing hardcore and you tried to not zone hop, the amount of difficulty you would have, it would probably render it not fun, because you'd be dying a lot. And in like the normal mode you could res, but then you're just running back to your body all the time. We are done here, as a matter of fact. And ding level 13. Tweety, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. What level is the mage? The mage is like level 12 or something. I'm focusing on the warrior right now. Yeah, I decided that this is where I want to be spending my time. So the mage still exists, and she's fine. And we'll probably even come back to her someday. But for the time being, I'm going to focus up right here. I wasn't ready to not be a warrior yet. I just was like, I needed to work through everything that happened to the first warrior. If I had got that character killed any other way than how I did, I probably would have immediately just re-rolled it. But because of the things that happened, I had to do a little bit of thinking, and I needed something to do while I thought things through. So we played the mage. The warrior is much more fun for me. I like the mage. And I think it does get really fun as you get deeper into the frost tree. It gets fun. But the warrior is where I want to be. I have too many quests. Also, like we talked about quality of life stuff earlier. I feel like we should at least be able to get the classic quest log up to 25 quests. That would be really cool. I have this. I don't really know where this is. I could probably pick this up at any other time. So I'm going to drop it now. And we'll just pick it back up later. I have a couple of completed quests that I should have turned in. That could have been out of our log. Yeah, okay. It's fine.
I am forsaken.
Let's go into the Undercity. We'll get the Prodigal Lich going, and we will pick up the quest for RFC. Which I don't see the quest, actually. Oh, there it is. The power to destroy. We're about to see how many corpses are in the UC elevator today. Probably more than one. Is it the first time I'm here with this character? Yes. Yes. Sometimes hard to remember, but yeah, this character, it should be the first time here, I think. And we also have to grab the flight point, although that's not like super important right now. We'll grab it anyway. Alright, here we go. Time to focus. And there's corpse number 1. So that's fun. No corpses on the wall this time. No corpses on the wall.
I'm listening. Embrace the shadow.
We gotta get the Sylvanas buddies shot here for the thumbnail for next time. Because we're buddies. We go way back.
How will this benefit me? I'm always on the winning side.
Our quest log is full. It's the hardcore quest log challenge. How do I play the game with only 20 available quests? I don't know. By not having so many completed ones at one time would be a good idea. Death in the Family, I can drop this for now. We'll just pick it back up at Brill. And then we have to get back and clear some of these out.
The might of a dreadlord.
Yeah, the mobs do respawn basically instantly. In a lot of cases, you're looking at instantly respawning enemies. Never fight an enemy where it spawns in. Try to like move them around a little bit. But then don't move them to where another enemy spawns in. It's kind of tricky. Prepare to get spawned on a lot, basically. Did I know the Dreadlords were working with the Jailer all the way back in Classic? Yeah, the Blizz writers, you know, they definitely had it all planned out. They definitely had it all planned out from the start. Yep, it was planned. Yeah, it was planned the whole time. It was the end of a 3-act drama told in 2 parts, with 1 cup of sugar and 3 parts margarine. Mix it together and make a big steaming pile of bleep. Yes, we pretend like the Shadowlands writing didn't happen around here. That's how we live. And I think Blizzard now kind of wants to pretend like the Shadowlands stuff didn't happen also. Dustin, good morning, good afternoon to you. Jed, hello, good afternoon. Thanks for being here.
What now? Victory for Sylvanas.
I feel like ultimately, like, raiding is pointless unless you're in a guild of people who you enjoy playing with. I think at this point, like, especially for me, like, when it comes to, like, almost any version of WoW, but especially when it came to retail, like, I think raiding has been pointless unless you're playing in a guild of people that you just enjoy playing with. Because, like, every tier, they come up with a way so people can catch up on gear, so it's not like the gear is valuable. It's not like there's, like, you know, like, gear that just is so good that you wear it for a long time, or, like, anything memorable like that. So raiding is good when you have a cool group of people that you love to play with, and I think that's really like the biggest value that anybody gets out of it these days. It's just whatever like intrinsic enjoyment there is, because there's not a lot of like lasting extrinsic rewards for it. I play a game to have fun? Who'd guess? Yeah, but typically in other versions of the game, people would do content not only to have fun, but also because the rewards are really good, and they could get iconic pieces of gear that would last them for a long time, and make them recognizable to other players as someone who achieved at a high level. And retail doesn't have a lot of that these days. You can get a cool store mount. You can show people how much you're willing to swipe at a high level, and buy like a badass store mount or some cosmetic stuff. Well, turning in all the quests here will definitely open up our log a little bit. Probably should have done that before we went to UC.
What is it? Farewell. Beware the living.
He says, beware the living. We are an orc. We are definitely living.
What now? Embrace the shadow.
I am forsaken.
Slash roar at him. I wish that would actually make a noise.
What is it?
She does a little emote, but she doesn't make any noises. Alex, stop it. Okay, so we have that quest we gotta pick back up in here.
Speak quickly. Trust no one.
I'm listening.
Alright, let's see. I think it's fine just to come over this way now. We have a couple of things. Wandering Spirits, we need Friars, and then Captain Vakan. Captain Vakan is not the guy up here. Captain Vakan is somewhere else. I'm kind of surprised we didn't get the quest for spiders. Maybe it chains off of something else. Duskbat pelts, we can do that one. That's level 8. Still in range to get plenty of experience. Clint, no, that's not bad. I was excited for Shadowlands also before it came out, even though we were hearing some like funky stuff about the about choosing your faction and how there was no ripcord.
No.
And yeah, like, but some of the things I was looking forward to in Shadowlands never came to be. When they talked about your companion, guys, like, I thought the companion was gonna be like out fighting with you in the world and like hanging out with you and stuff. Your soulbinds, I thought your soulbinds were gonna like come hang out with you, they'd have dialogue, you'd learn about their stories, and they'd like fight with you out in the world while you were soloing. And so like, even some of the stuff I was excited about just never existed. But I was excited about it, like I'll get excited for like any WoW expansion. You know? I think that's how most people felt. I think it's a WoW expansion, so like even if like you hear some things about it, you still kinda get excited. Yeah, and like it looked cool because the art always looks cool, so when they show you stuff, it's like, oh yeah, this looks cool. I want to see that. I want to quest there. I think the zones were all really beautiful still. It's just that like the zones in Shadowlands felt like really over-designed. And they didn't really feel like zones that exist in a world, but that made sense because we weren't in a world. We were in a created afterlife that was like designed. So the fact that they didn't feel like real zones in a real world absolutely kind of made sense from that standpoint. Wasn't fun to play through, but it made sense. On the Darkhound blood, that's why I don't have the spiders. Okay, yeah, I thought maybe it was a chain. I was hoping maybe it would be this one, but yeah, that makes sense. That's okay. The new Dragonflight race looks ridiculous. The Dracthyr look ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that you're wrong. I think they look like a guy wearing a mascot suit. That's kind of like, it just struck me. I don't know, they don't, yeah, they're fine, but they feel like a person wearing a mascot suit almost. I've always kind of felt that about them. It's like, it looks like a dude in a mascot suit walking around at Disney dressed up as a dragon. But they're scaly. The game has plenty of furry races, but they don't look like mascots. They just look like races. It's the neck. All it is with the Dracthyr for me, it's the long neck that makes them seem like a mascot. It's like the guy's face would be somewhere in the neck. You know, he'd be looking out of the neck at you. Meanwhile, the mascot helmet's up here, and so for me, all that it is about the Dracthyr that makes them appear like mascots is that their neck is slightly too long for me in their upright posture. That's all. It's just a weird thing. Other than that, I think they're fine. I think they added enough. They got the 4 different body types, and I feel like they're fine. I think that like the great thing about WoW is that everybody gets to play what they want. You know, there are people out there who want to play as that dragon, and now they get to. Now there are people out there that want to play as like the bulkier, like shield wearing guys, and maybe someday we'll be able to play as those kinds of dragonkin as well. Yeah, there should be a bulkier option, but that's almost like that's not what the Dracthyr were. Like the Draconid guys, like they are bulky, like the little minions. Like those guys are bulky, but they're not Dracthyr. They're Draconid or whatever. But I would like to play one of like the bulkier guys. I think a warrior would be really cool. And maybe one day we'll get them. Who knows? But they did go from having only like 2 skinny options to kind of like giving more options that bulk them up a little bit, you know. They didn't leave it where it was showed originally. Draconids, yeah, Drachnoids, whatever they are, yeah. Those guys would be cool, but that's a different race though. Like those would not be Dracthyr. Dracthyr are what we see. Dracthyr are like Emberthal and all those characters. Like we're seeing what the Dracthyr are, and the Dracthyr were never anything else because they're made up. But the Draconids or Drachnoids, like those guys have been in the game for a while, and yeah, they're like broad-shouldered, beefy-looking things. And so eventually playing one of those would be cool, but again, that would be a different race. It wouldn't be another option for Dracthyr, and it shouldn't be, because I'd like to play like a Draconid warrior, or a paladin, or like something like that. I would not want to be a Draconid. You'd be stuck as a Evoker right now. If the Dracthyr had that big bulky body type, you'd still have to be a Dracthyr Evoker. I don't know if anybody wants that. Like me personally, I want to be a Draconid warrior. Jed wants to play a Murloc. You should be able to. You should be able to play whatever you want. There's lots of cool races in the game. Maybe one day we'll see a WoW where you can play like all those like unique races. Like Furbolgs, Gnolls, Murlocs. Anything with some kind of like society or culture. Tuskar, Tonklaw. Yeah, all of it. You should be able to play all of it. Anybody here Starfield early access? I'm sure there are. Yeah, I had my Starfield early access rant earlier. I won't talk about it again. I'm still waiting for day 1 on Game Pass. That's TLDR of the rant. Ogre mage, yeah, playing as an ogre, a 2-headed ogre mage. That'd be cool. I think that the next time we see Azara, we're going to be able to play Naga. I think Naga will be a playable race whenever Azara comes back into the story. And that'll be really cool. Change my keybinds a bit here. It's probably gonna seem weird to people, but I'm gonna try playing more with my mouse hand, so I have to use my my keyboard hand a little less. I'm gonna see how that feels for a bit, just to change things up. I'll put some of my reaction stuff over here, and see if I can play mainly off my mouse for a while. That'd be cool. I need charge on my mouse somewhere. There we go. Oh yeah, that's gonna be better. That's a bit easier. Now if only I could probably rebuy my target key to my mouse too. And then I wouldn't even have to hit tab. What could I make my target key? I could do that. Let's try that. That could be fun. We need keybinds. Keybinds. What would it be? What would the targeting button be under? It's not an action, but target. It would be under targeting, Robert. It turns out this is a mouse key I'm hitting. It says 8, but I'm hitting it on my mouse. So nobody worry. I'm not using the 8 on my keyboard to target. It's on my mouse. I'm gonna see how this feels. Just for giggles. Yeah, if I can get this like all on my mouse hand, how cool would that be? Would I prefer an old world revamp in WoW Retail or a WoW 2? We're never gonna get WoW 2, so I'm just kind of stuck with what we get. What I hope about the world revamp is that they don't just drop new assets in and leave like the Cataclysm questing intact. That wouldn't make any sense. The only way like a world revamp makes sense is if they get the old world caught up to like the current timeline and stuff has changed and there are new quests for levelers and then that is WoW 2. You know what I mean? That retail is already WoW 2 in the sense that it's like a completely different game from Classic to me. Like to me it's like WoW 2 is kind of redundant. Because the Classic and Retail are already two very different games, and never has it been more apparent than the day and age now where you can play both of them in the same day. You can log in between the two and say like it's just a different game. So I think the world revamp would basically be as close as you'll ever get to WoW 2. Yeah, they're probably never gonna do an engine swap. Unfortunately. Do I think WoW would ever be free or make it on console? It will never be and should never be free to play, because free to play games are basically end up being garbage. But I do think that they'll probably offer Classic or something on the Game Pass eventually. Once the whole Microsoft thing is settled. I think in a year or so you'll see Classic available on the Game Pass. Mouse and keyboard required, so nobody get in on me about the controller thing. It'll just say mouse and keyboard required, just like Final Fantasy XI did on the PlayStation 2 when I played it. They required you to have a mouse and keyboard hooked up to your PS2. If as an 18-year-old I can hook a mouse and keyboard up to a PS2, then people can hook a mouse and keyboard right up to their Xbox, wireless mouse and keyboard, be great. So yeah, I think we'll see it on the Game Pass. But just Classic. Now they should charge for everything, that way we can keep having a decent game that gets well supported with lots and lots of devs. I'm fine paying for my games up front. Because the alternative of paying for them up front is you will see more predatory practices in the cash shop. And it's Blizzard. We don't need them to feel compelled to put more predatory practices in the cash shop, okay? It's going to degrade the quality of the game and the quality of the player base if they go that route. Now, I'm fine paying for what we pay for. I know it's expensive, but the alternative is that the game gets worse. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. Louis, good evening, man. Thanks for being here. You're not being double charged though. You're paying for the expansion, and then you're paying a sub fee. You're not really being double charged. You're paying for two different things. I understand what you mean. Spending money sucks. I get it, man. I get it. Spending money sucks. It's just that the alternatives are worse, that's all. I don't like spending money either. That's why I have Game Pass. I like to play my games for as cheaply as I can. But when it comes to WoW in particular, I just know that if they were to not charge for one or the other, it would just lead to more predatory practices, getting people to spend money in the cash shop. They'd start selling you XP bonuses and shit like that, and like it would just be bad. It would just end up being bad for the overall health of the game. Unfortunately, that's just kind of what happens. It sucks, but it just is. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 did their thing, and they're as successful as Guild Wars 2 is, which, you know, they have their success story, and it is what it is, but they're not World of Warcraft, though. That's all. That's all. What else do we need? We don't have any Dustbat pelts yet. That's embarrassing. We should go after the Friars and Captain Vikan. Yeah, my sub has been always the same. Joshua has a point. Like, inflation typically happens always in any economy, and prices will always go up over time. I've been paying $14.99 for my WoW sub since I started playing the game. So that has never gone up, and I appreciate that because the price of everything else has gone up. The price of food has gone up, the price of gas has gone up, the price of housing has gone up, the price of everything has gone up. But my WoW sub has not gone up, so I appreciate that. Maybe it's not the same in every part of the world. But in the States, I have never seen... The WoW sub has never vacillated or changed. And that's saying something. Because the cost of labor has gone up. The employees are probably getting paid more. Probably not a lot more, but more. Because the price of everything else has risen. Except for my WoW sub. It's been 15 since 2005. Yeah, so that's an amazing value actually, because if you insert normal inflation, like look at the cost of games, like AAA games from 2005. You're talking about paying like $49 for AAA, and now you're paying like $79 USD for AAA. If you apply that to the $14 sub, then realistically we should all be paying about $32 USD every month to play this game. But they never let inflation affect the sub price, so that's good. Yep. The only thing that stays the same, WoW subs and Arizona iced tea. Exactly. Oh, with the heals. Pro heals. It just wasn't enough to save them. Yeah, they put in-game purchases in the up. Yeah, sure. They absolutely did. And what that does is it means that people like me who do not care about engaging with the cash shop, we don't spend any more money. Because spending money in the cash shop is an option, and paying for your sub is not an option. So to me, yeah, they have a shop where you can buy stuff. I don't do that. I've never bought something out of their shop. So the great thing is, I've increased my value of my sub because not only has my sub not changed, but I've never bought anything from them of a superfluous nature. I don't want to go around the side that way. Let's go around front. I have mail. I do have mail. That's exciting. What's in my mail? Oh, I mailed myself some money from my alt, my bank alt. That's probably what's sitting in my mailbox. Unless someone has sent me something. I mean, I probably have to clear those guys. Let me try to clear this guy first. And we'll see if we don't just pull everybody. Yeah, I can see like the charity things are good. Like buying one of the charity pets. Especially the ones that like 100% of the proceeds go to the actual charity. Which should be the way it always works. I'm really surprised we didn't pull the Friar. It must just be the level difference. He was not interested in aggroing. I mean, there's WoW token. Some people would say WoW token is pay to win. It depends on how you play the game. If you're paying for like GDKP runs and stuff, if you get the WoW token, you are basically buying your gear. So there's an argument for like, you know, the WoW token already kind of just being pay to win already. I don't like that there's any kind of cash shop to be straightforward. Like, I wish there just wasn't. But you know, most games have one, and like WoW's is not like egregious. It's not awful. They could be selling XP boost, or they could be selling level skips. Like they could be selling a lot more than they are selling, and it would be basically pretty normal. When you look at other cash shops for MMOs, it would be pretty much normal. I mean, you can buy character boost, that's pay to win. You know, $59, you don't have to level the character that you won. You won the leveling part of the game, you beat it. And so yeah, it sucks that there is a cash shop, but there's always going to be one. We could just hope for like the lesser of evils with it. Not really the way I wanted that pull to start. Alright, can I make it so that like both buttons can target so that I can have like the options I want? I want all the options for targeting. I want tab to work and I want my mouse button to work. Yeah, they're going to be a, okay, secondary key. Let's do that. Okay, cool. That's what I want. Yeah, Kate, I think it's because like some people who play WoW, retail WoW, they only want to do the endgame stuff, you know? Like they have zero interest in the leveling journey. They would rather read a guide and watch some videos to figure out how to play the class. And they want to take a character, they want to go right into like endgame stuff, whether it's like PvP or PvE. I think that like there's like a lot of people like that. In full disclosure, my wife just brought me some food, so I am probably going to have to go camera dark and eat this fairly soon here. I'm getting hungry. Today we're having the leftover chicken pot pie. And I don't want to say it universally, but like people who just want to do endgame, it's a lot of it's probably younger people because they're used to playing other games where it's like you want to do the multiplayer stuff, right? If you want to get into an online game, you want to be doing the multiplayer stuff in a lot of cases. That's how a lot of players feel. You know, they're used to jumping into like multiplayer matches from like a room and stuff like that. And so like, but in WoW, there's this thing that has to happen first. You have to level up. And like I feel like a lot of people, they just want to play the online part when they're playing retail. Especially if they're kind of newer to the game or they're a younger person, they're more used to that kind of online play. They're not used to the concept of having to level up through an online world in order to get to the multiplayer parts. That could be what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if in like a handful of years in retail, especially now that Classic is a thing, I wouldn't be surprised if in a handful of years like there wasn't really a leveling journey in retail. And they just focus on multiplayer content, open world content, instance content, and then that leveling journey just doesn't really exist. It wouldn't surprise me if they move, or they'll minimize it greatly. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if in the coming years, especially as Classic kind of comes into its own and sticks around, people will always have the option for that journey in the game where it makes the most sense. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they greatly minimized or like removed leveling in retail eventually. Not like soon, but eventually. Alright, let's get ourselves back to town. We'll take the road here. We'll turn in over here. We need these pellets, but we might not get these pellets. It doesn't seem like they're dropping very often. Slash, they're not dropping at all. I'm gonna go camera dark here and mute myself. I'm gonna eat as we travel and fight these guys. I think that's like the best plan for right now. I will see you guys on the flip side. You scared me there, Mike. I was looking around like, oh no, I don't see anything wrong. Not again. Seems like we're good though. Mike, my kid was off school today, but I took him to school anyway, because I did not know he did not have school today. So we woke up bright and early. We went to bed last night at bedtime for school night. And, yeah, and then I got up, we got ready, we went to school, and then there were no cars in the parking lot, because there's no school today. And I just usually they communicate through their little web app, their phone app that they have, but no such communication went out today. And my son goes, I forgot to tell you. Like, it's not your job to tell me when there's no school. I mean, you can tell me, but it's not your job. Yeah, they give this district Friday off and then Monday off for the holiday. Typically here, their first week back up to school is usually a shorter week. I was surprised that their first day was a full day. Like, every day was a full day, and then they had today off. But my son didn't bring home a calendar or anything, so I didn't know that. He said that he told my wife, but I guess she forgot, because she packed him a lunch, and I saw the lunch packed, and I grabbed said lunch. We went to school. G59, they did release hardcore servers, man. That's where we're at right now. Absolutely. Thanks for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it. Jed, it's not always their fault either. Nor do they care. Yeah, they just don't care, man. It's like it's implicit in the concept of committing to a one life online game that, like, sometimes stuff happens. Sometimes the thing that happens will be your internet goes out. Sometimes the thing that happens will be for some reason you're underwater and the game just disconnects you. That happened to me the other day. And, like, sometimes things will happen, but ultimately, like, they're just things that happen, and they suck when they happen. But if they wanted to have an appeal process, they'd have to hire human beings, and they'd have to pay human beings to be GMs, and there'd have to be a process, and someone would have to think up about the process and what it would be. And then there's the concept that it's almost impossible, besides being on a stream and recording, to prove what happened, you know? It's almost impossible. Yeah, it's just like... So, you know, sometimes you know if you have bad internet, you know, sometimes you know your internet sucks. Sometimes your internet is great and it just, like, goes out for no reason. Sometimes everything's fine with your internet and you're on a flight point and you disconnect and fall out of the sky. That happened to me once. Yeah, we disconnected. We fell out of the sky from a flight point, landed in the water, thankfully. And it's just like, these things just happen.
I am Forsaken.
It's not like necessarily Blizzard's not out there trying to kill people. You know, the game is about as bug free as it can be. And yeah, sometimes stuff just happens.
I haven't got all day.
I think the percentage of deaths due to disconnect is probably a small percentage, and that most death actually happens while players are trying to play the game. That's kind of what I feel like might be reality. Coarse thread. We need coarse thread, and then we can turn that one in.
What do you require?
I require coarse thread. Thank you for asking. You don't have any. You are general supplies. That's why.
Embrace
about
the
your
shadow.
There we go. All these NPCs are kind of rude and kind of pushy.
What do you require? Goodbye. Dark Lady, watch over you.
Alright guys, I need to take a little bit of a break here. I did eat, but I have to step away from my PC for a couple minutes. I need to stretch my legs, I gotta refill my coffee, I gotta hydrate. I would advise you guys to also stretch your legs, hydrate, step away for a bit if you have been sitting for a little while. I'm gonna aim to be back in 5 minutes. I will put a little comment here and I'll pin that. And if you guys can hang out, I'd appreciate it. If you gotta go, thank you so much for being here, and have a good rest of your day. Let's pin this, replace pin message, and I will be back soon. TM. And we're back. I should remove the pinned comment while I'm thinking about it. Boop. Alright, so what are we doing now? We can go back to Undercity and do all that running around. Yeah, that looks like our next step. We have the bodyguards and the other captain up here. Let's grab the follow-up to the Lich and do that on the way out. Also, okay, here we go. We have the remains now. So we have to head over here eventually to do that as well. Marlena dungeon today. I'm trying to kind of get ready to maybe do the dungeon later this afternoon / evening. I'd like to hit level like 15 and then come back on later on, like either before dinner or after dinner.
What now?
To just do the dungeon, to specifically do the dungeon run.
Beware the living.
That's kind of what the plan is. All that's kind of getting in the way of that right now is, yeah, I'm doing a lot of green quests right now, which aren't leveling us very quickly. I could probably even do it at level 14. I probably don't have to be level 15 as DPS. But I feel like we have a couple things to do to get the other 2 quests. And I'm not sure what. Oh yeah. We have to go into Skull Rock. I get confused as to what characters I've done Skull Rock on. It was the mage that we ran through all that stuff the other day, not the warrior, right? Yeah, I have to do all that stuff. I should probably like start doing that stuff. I should probably start doing that stuff soon. If I want to do the run later, I might have to prioritize heading back and maybe working on this soon. Because then there's the other one for Margaz, and I don't even know which one that is. But yeah, I want to do it later. TLDR, I want to do it later, but it's going to depend on what level I get to. Jason, your mage died in Skull Rock last night? Oof. It's the biggest killer. We lost a mage in Skull Rock too, the troll mage. Definitely the biggest killer. Alex, that was where you lost your warrior? It's a bad place. The named guy's a killer. He resisted sheep. And then the Voidwalker didn't get Frost Nova. That's like the deadly combination of things. When I fought that guy, I line of sighted like 4 of his shadow bolts, and he still killed us. Like, I did so much line of sighting to like stop him from doing damage to us, but he still ripped right through me. It was really bad. Like, I thought we could take him. I thought we could take him without all the line of sighting I did. I thought the line of sighting I was doing was like for fun. Like, oh look, we can line of sight this guy. Oh, he can't cast. But then I did that a bunch, and he still killed me. It was bad. It was bad. And you had 2 or 3 levels on them. Jeez. I think I did it at level, you know? I earned that death, because I think I did it at level with him. Wow, hyperspawns have got you a couple times. Hyperspawns are like the new added difficulty to hardcore. You basically now, like, we have to play the game now, assuming that everything is going to respawn instantly. It adds like so much challenge to what was already like really, really hard. The money in the mail, yes, I do need that probably. I have 68 silver now, but I can't leave it in the mail because if it's in the mail, it's useless.
I am forsaken.
All right.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that as we level up and like pull ahead, that maybe the hyper spawns will be less and less. I'm not sure. A new weapon could be good. A new weapon will be good. I'll get a new weapon at least before the run. Ooh, level 8. Maybe I get a new weapon soon. Okay, yeah. Definitely before RFC, but maybe right now. Let's grab the coin out of the mailbox, and then we'll visit the auction house. We'll do a little shopping. Oh, wait. I forgot we have this waiting for us. I forgot. I don't even know two-handed swords. I don't even know I have to learn two-handed swords. We do that here, probably, I'm assuming in the War Quarter. Yeah, let's do that really quick. Yep. And then that should be good, yeah. We don't have to spend money, it turns out. It turns out Alex has already made me an awesome sword that I forgot about. So we are good. We are good. It's a hardcore shopping episode. We'll eventually do some shopping. Maybe we'll shop for some gear later on, before the run or something. War Quarter is this way. Let's see. Am I gonna have to talk to a guard? Oh, here we go.
This had better be good.
I'm not going to grab the rest for right now. I'm going to save my money for now.
Embrace the shadow.
It has been a lot of running here in Tirisfal. I'm still like on the fence whether or not all the experience was worth it or not, or whether we'd have been better off doing like yellow stuff somewhere else. It's probably worth it. Yeah, Benjamin, if you have a character name, pop it into chat, and one of the officers will get you. And if they don't get you, I will. Yep. I'm not getting on that elevator. Never get on an elevator that is open when you get there. Don't do it in real life. Don't do it in the Undercity. Never get on an elevator the door of which is open when you get there. Just wait. Just wait for the next one. I'm assuming like the bodies probably despawn when the person either deletes the character or transfers the character off. I'm only guessing, because I don't know for sure. The one of the undead ate it. Yeah, cannibalize. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go out here first. And then maybe we can do some shenanigans and cut along the coast to get over this way. We'll see. It is a lot of running around. If I wanted to level up a little bit faster, I'd probably go back and do some stuff in Durotar. I feel like later me, like future me, will probably appreciate the levels that we can get out of Tirisfal, but like current me really wants to make sure that we hit like level 14 and that we get the questing done to do RFC. But the problem is, like, can I do Skull Rock right now and not get killed? Probably level 14 would probably be a better level for me to try Skull Rock. Yeah, well, we'll do stuff here, and when we ding level 14, I can hearth back. We're set in Razor Hill for the Hearthstone still, so that's actually perfect. It'll make getting back over that way a lot better. I have a bug bite on my mouse hand, like a big old gnarly mosquito bite. It's right on like the lower part of my thumb. And like, man, I made the mistake of starting to itch it. now it's like driving me crazy. Ah, mosquitoes, man. I was outside last night for like a little bit, a short period of time, and I got bit on my hands. That I had a jacket on that they couldn't get to any other part of my body except my face and my hands, and they bit those places. I'm so ready for the cold to come and to kill all the bugs. Yeah, Alex, I might take you up on that if you're available when I head back that way. I'm gonna do these 2 quests. Well, I guess 3. I'm gonna do these 3, and then I'm gonna head back to Durotar. Now that I've been messing with it, it's like huge and gnarly looking. Oh my god. Oh. Amy, if you're there, next time you're upstairs, could you bring like the cortisone cream? If you're probably actually working your actual job. And I don't expect you to do this right away, but if you are listening, and if you do go upstairs anytime, could you please bring me the cortisone cream for this massive mosquito bite? Like fire ants? Oh my god. That's terrible. I remember like running into fire ants as a kid. And like a couple of times just getting like burned, devoured, stung by fire ants as a kid. And like I knew better, you know, like red ants, I know better, but like get on you before you know it. I feel like they're smaller and faster and more nefarious than normal size ants. And it actually like, yeah, it hurts. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Yep, Wind Rider. Yep. Let me see. There we go. That sounds awful, man. Yeah. I'm lucky. They got me on my hand, and I think like somehow one got me on my back. I don't know if it got like under my jacket, but now I kind of feel one on my back. Like I covered myself up as much as I could. It's just right now it's about waiting until the weather changes. It just like kills everything. And then I'll want to go outside in the evening more. Yeah, Anubis, it wants to stay hot everywhere right now. I think most places it wants to stay hot. It cooled off here this week, but next week we're going to be back in the 90s for a few days. I live in Michigan. We don't usually get into like the 80s once September rolls around. We're usually like high 70s. And next week we're going to be above 90 for 4 days in a row. And then when it cools off, it's not even going to cool off to like normal temperatures. It's still going to be unseasonably warm. And I'm not happy about it. It's like, but I just keep telling myself, eventually it'll be winter, right? We still get to have a winter, don't we? But I guess like it's yet to be proven. Yet to be proven. I should have tagged her. I appreciate the help, but I should have tagged her. Because I had that. It was fine. Robert, I don't live far from you. I live in southeastern Michigan, so if you're in that area, then we probably aren't too far apart. Although that implies like a three county spread. I'm like, you're ready for snow. I would be happier with snow than with 90s. It is too early for it. Yeah. It'd be crazy if it happened. It'd probably be very concerning if it did happen soon. But at this point, if I had to pick and I had control over it, I would definitely have to go with snow. You know what happens is like when you're a hunter, like you don't want to open up with Serpent Sting because it doesn't do any damage right away. If you're trying to tag a mob, you don't open up with Serpent Sting. You just open up with like an auto attack. Because you don't tag the target until damage has been dealt to it, and dots don't deal damage up front for the most part. Was that everybody? I think that was everybody. Now Auburn Hills, you're getting warmer, Richard. If I talk about it too much, somebody out there will be able to like pin me down with like satellite accuracy. Yeah, Prathan, you got level 9. Blizz said that most people die at level 9 or under. So if you can get to level 10, you become part of a much smaller percentage of players. I'm gonna try to just like kind of go down the mountainside here a little bit. We'll see if we got like a safe jump. There should be like a safe place to kind of come down this way. Maybe it'll be a series of jumps. Maybe we look. So this won't kill us. This should be okay. Oh, Bleps. Dead. Level 14 in the Barrens, slain by a Kulkar Stormseer, similar to how we went out on the first warrior. I really like that the text is bigger. I like the sound alert, and I like that it reads the whole message, Cadis. That's awesome. That is really cool. Now that they died, the add-on's cool. The death is horrible, and in fact, let's go to guild chat for the Fs. It is a death alert add-on. Yep. Cadis made it. He made it the other day and now it's on CurseForge. How awesome is that? Really important business. Sorry, I had to talk to my wife about the fantasy football league that we're going to be in this year. It'll be my first fantasy football league and her first as well. So we had to discuss a couple things. Ashwin, have a good rest of your night, man. Take care. Inventory's full. Oh my god. Oh, willing to buy 10 slot bags. I might have to go to the auction house and spend some money. I've been so bad with the inventory, and the only thing that's going to make it better is bigger bags. So I feel like I've been trying to remember to sell, but like obviously not. Obviously I have not been doing as good of a job as I should be, because every time we turn around my bags are full. It's getting really, really bad. Yeah, there's really nothing that I want to drop. I should be using this though. Let's do that. It's not good. Let's get rid of some junk, I guess. We don't have a lot of junk to get rid of. That's the only problem. Yeah, I have a bank alt. I haven't put anything in this character's actual bank. But occasionally I've been sending stuff to the bank alt, just not enough. I haven't been sending. I should be sending all the herbs every time I'm in town. I should be doing a lot more than I am to clean up our inventory. But yeah, we probably just have a crap ton of herbs that I don't need to be carrying around. I could either be doing the alchemy with them, or I could be sending them to the bank alt for now. But I'm gonna have to start doing one or the other. Vale, you had a blue drop? Hey, that's awesome. Maybe one day we'll see a blue drop. You know, on the paladin we went to like level 47. We saw a lot of blues drop, but not a lot of them were for us. We got one two-handed axe on the paladin, and we found a blue shield that we never got to use. I kind of wish we were level 14 before doing this so that I could equip that new sword, but then again I have to skill the sword up also, so that's going to take a little time anyway. Failing that, we could hope for another player to come along. This person is dead. That's probably a good sign. Yeah, this might be a little sketchy solo. It might be a little sketchy. We'll see. The combination of the frost and the run is like absolutely deadly, and I don't appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, we just got him. That's perfect. Hitches, thank you so much for the membership, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. This looks like a 3-pull. It looks like a 3-pull. If it looks like a 3-pull, it probably is a 3-pull. All we can really do there is, like, we could try to do the 3-pull. We can kind of work our way backwards and hope that we can leash the other ones and keep the guy we need. That's really all I can think to do. And 5 gifted memberships. Hitches, that's awesome. That's super generous of you. Thank you so much. Welcome to the new people. Some of you are VIPs who got sniped by that one. That's awesome. So yeah, I don't feel great about this. we have to kill him and his bodyguards for the quest. I don't feel good. This is stupid. Why would I do this, right? Why would I do this? Why would I try to do this right now? It just seems like a dumb thing to do. It seems like a really easy way to get killed. It turns out I'm not interested in doing that right now. There was a green. Was it any good? So I don't really want to go back for it, but I will. Was it any good? I don't think I can. Can I get back up here? Somewhere I can get back up here. Somewhere? No, not here though. It might be the green loot that stays on the ground forever. Because by the time I get up there, there's going to be respawns. So. Yeah, I'll try to get up here, but if there are respawns, I'm probably not going to clear them again. That's what the great thing about having your inventory full is, you just don't pick stuff up. Not a green. Training sword of the bear, yeah. Well, it would be a sword that we can use to skill up swords. That's true. Or we could sell it. Selling it's probably going to have more value. Thanks, guys. Yeah, that one's actually a good one because that one we can actually probably sell for, like, you know, 20 silver. 20 silver or so. Jay Diamond, thanks for being here, man. Hardcore is going well. We've only gotten 1 character killed so far. So that's good. Robert, I appreciate that, man. Alright, so let's head over to the lake. We could turn in the one with the lich. Maybe we could turn it in. We've got so much junk in our inventory. It's absolutely disgusting. I'm disgusted with myself. I don't like it. So much garbage. Yeah, we're carrying all the skulls. That's right. It's so many things. It's the skulls, it's the herbs, it's the vials, it's all the stuff that I shouldn't be carrying. That should be either used up or it should be on a bank alt. It's the linen that should have been made into bandages. It's a bunch of stuff. What it is, it's bad inventory management on my part. It's just really, really bad management. Disgustingly slovenly gameplay. Yeah, it's slovenly. For the hoarder. Hurrah. I like that. Yeah, exactly. For the hoarder. Yep. There's a hoarder in us all, and mine comes out in this game. Look at those guild stats. 173 players across 115 accounts. That's awesome. I always think about how I didn't know if we'd be able to get 10 people on to even sign the charter, and then here we are. It's pretty crazy, guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's been such a great time. How many deaths, though? Yeah. That, like I said, those kinds of stats would be really cool. To know, like, to have a list of everyone in the guild who's died.
I'm listening.
The guild needs to have a death tab. Where we can just see, like... You know, like in XCOM, when you go to, like, the memorial, it lists all the soldiers that you've gotten killed throughout the course of the campaign.
Beware.
That's what we need for the guild tab. The guild tab needs to have a list of all the people who've fallen. So we can memorialize them. Do you think if there were like an add-on that everybody installed, do you think there'd be a way to like show that information somewhere in Guild tab? Like if everybody played with the add-on, whether it's like hardcore death tracker, and we all had it. You install it when you get into the guild, and then would there then be a way for us to see all of the death, all of the characters who have fallen, if everyone was using the add-on? Not that I'd require people to, but if that were possible, that would be really cool if people wanted to opt into that. And then we'd have a way to track some of our death, whether it's like in like a scroll in guild chat or it's a tab in the guild interface. Just like if we all had like the same add-on, if it somehow then let everybody like read out, like see all of the death that happened so far in the guild. Something like that could be cool. Obviously, like you pointed out before, it would require everyone participating in that to have the add-on. Which will never be everybody, because some people don't like installing add-ons, but I think enough of us are cool with installing add-ons that it would be really neat.
Speak quickly.
That is level 14. Should I go to the Undercity? Oh god, running to the Undercity again right now just like does not sound like what I want to do, but I have to go back to Brill anyway. Yeah, I think the majority would, yeah. It'd be pretty complicated, Cadis. Yeah, I'm not trying to commission you because unfortunately I can't pay you. I unfortunately can't pay you, so I wouldn't want you to like put yourself out of like a lot of time, research, and work. I wonder if there are lots of people out there like coming up with ideas kind of like that for like hardcore add-ons, or if like the add-on community will continue to create things like that. You do all your free time coding for free. Yeah, but to me, it's like it's still work. You know, I feel like if I'm the person that set you onto that idea, then I feel like partially responsible for the time that you put into it, even if it's like something you love to do. I feel weird about using up people's time. Obviously, like I didn't even have any moderators in chat or in Discord because I don't like volunteering people for like what I perceive to be possibly work.
Quick about your business.
Alright, I have to address the inventory issues immediately. Sticky glue has to stay. I don't know why it's not keybound. The fish I haven't been eating. I'm selling these. I'm over them. We need better food anyway. Malachite, I should send to the bank alt. The beefy wings, I need to buy whatever they need and I need to cook them. Crispy bat wings requires mild spices.
Do not seek death.
I am forsaken.
Okay.
Our time will come.
Joe, good afternoon, man. Thanks for stopping by.
What is it? Dark Lady, watch over you. Trust no one.
I'm listening. Trust no one.
Joe knows that. You know that, Joe. Yeah, I won't have a guild in actual classic like current classic until Cataclysm. When Cataclysm comes out, maybe we'll put a guild together for Cataclysm. That could be okay. Alright, so that's all done. I can sell that stuff. There's a couple of things I want to send over to the bank alt. And then we have to run to the Undercity again, unfortunately. I am going to send the practice sword, the malachite, and that's probably it. And then I want to do some herbalism to get the rest of the stuff out of our inventory. So let's send that stuff off. Let's come over here. Do I need... I have a pretty good stock right now of these, so I'm just going to focus, I think, on making healing potions, and we'll just sell them. Joe, I won't know that for a while. Nope, I won't even... eventually, I'm gonna see both sides, but like, where will I want to do my raiding at? That I don't know yet. I won't know that until we're actually on the edge of release, which will be a while off. Yes, exactly, Clint. Yeah, I think it's probably too early for plans around that. Absolutely, too early. We have quite a while, I think.
What now? Clint, that's a good thought. Name of the role. I could leave it in your hands, like I have been doing. I'm not sure. Yeah, they do need like a name, right? I'm bad at stuff like that. I'm bad. If you can come up with something, go for it. Oh, also, like, by the way, my wife just pointed out to me like that it's weird that You're not a moderator in the chat. So, yeah. There you go, buddy. You've been promoted / voluntold into promotion. Promoted, yep, promoted, voluntold.
Beware the living.
All right. No, thank you. Thank you for any potential ban hammers that you swing about in the future. I think we're good. Let's sell again.
Be quick about your business.
Let's get rid of some of the potions. I don't need 27 of them. I think 10 of them is probably sufficient. The fire wand I should send over to the bank alts. I should probably be eating these for the food buff. And then we need to make some heavy linen. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, you're right. So I'm gonna grab them. I'm gonna send them to the bank alt. Actually, we might be close to the lesser potions soon. I keep forgetting that you need those to make the bigger potions. That's how little I've done alchemy, past like a certain point. Yeah, if we're not close to learning the lesser potion, then I'm gonna send them to the bank alt so that they can hold on to them.
Watch your back. What is it? Goodbye.
A quest for a defensive stance? Yes, probably. We've had several warrior quests that I've dropped for now because they were filling my quest log. Also, I don't plan to ever use defensive stance. True story. I'll get it eventually, but I don't plan to ever use it. I know there's times when you're like riding on your mount that you like want to be in defensive stance and stuff, but I'm not going to be using it anytime soon. But we'll get it. Yeah, there's some stuff you can only do in defensive stance, but I'm not going to be using those abilities much. Like shield slam and bash and stuff like that. Let's see. Alchemist.
What would you ask of death?
Okay, here we go. So now we need Briarthorn. We don't have any Briarthorn yet. I'm gonna mail these off.
Dark Lady watch over you.
Yeah, I'm not a defensive stance type of guy. Not on this character. In the past, I've always tanked or healed. But I told myself going into hardcore that I was not going to tank or heal. Because it's all that I have ever done.
Speak quickly.
And I'm ready just to swing my weapon at people. Right to their faces. Let's do this. Let's send off some of these, not all of them. But some of them. Someone is inviting me to a group. Who might that be? Oh, and also I should have sent this. David, it's you. State your intentions. I'm gonna be heading over to Skull Rock soon. When I head over that way, if anyone wants to help with Skull Rock stuff, I'd be cool to jump into a group then. But just give me some time to do some Undercity stuff. I'm gonna do Undercity stuff, and then I'm gonna hearth over to Razor Hill. And if anyone wants to help out with Skull Rock, that'd be cool.
Hello. Goodbye.
But just give me a little bit. He wanted me to make him some potions. Do you have mats? Because I just burned all mine. Don't we all want potions? Yeah, if you have mats, I can make you some. I burned all my mats. So, there's that. This is why we need a guild bank. I didn't see it. I was too caught up. If you're still around, man, go ahead. Yeah, if you got mats, go ahead and but I'm about to head over to the Undercity soon. So if you're right nearby right now, that works. Oh, also, heavy copper broadsword. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, it's the big one. Oh, we're clipping through the... Okay, the cloak has to go. The cloak has to go. Interface... Oh, we gotta just do this. Cloak. Goodbye, cloak. It was fun while it lasted. Alright, yeah, I hate when things clip. Even our hair is kind of clipping a little bit through the weapon, but that's okay. What we should do, we should go swing at some weaker stuff over here. Like, if we can find any, like, weak dust bats or the wolves, we should go ahead and swing at them. Because we need weapon skill. 0 out of 70, okay. Alright. There might be some weaker stuff around Razor Hill, actually, come to think of it. Let's just get this stuff done, that way I can hearth out of here. Jonas, have a good one, man. Thanks for being here and hanging out with the stream. Should we look for, like, rings or something? Do we need rings? I don't have any rings. I wonder if rings are, like, super expensive. Miscellaneous finger. A miscellaneous finger. That's never good. Okay. The one ring. 33 gold. Guys. 33 gold. Okay, so we'll get rings later in the game. Yeah, we don't need rings right now. And then maybe we could like in the guild message of the day, how we ask people to put their chat name as their note. Maybe if you're an officer in the guild, maybe you should also put your Discord name in your note, and then that might make that process a little bit easier.
What now? Beware the living.
Okay, I think we're done here. I think I can hearth out. I'm gonna go back to Razor Hill. We need to spend our talent points. Apparently I had like a leftover quest here that I never turned in. Awesome.
What do you need?
Let's go outside of town for a minute here this way. I want to level up the sword before I'm in like Skull Rock. Yeah, I want to actually be able to hit stuff. So let's go find some scorpions or some boars to swing at for a second here. Or even swinging at the humans over here would be an okay idea. Yeah, I just want to get some quick skill points in this. I say that as I look out into the distance and there are no enemies. Where are all the enemies? I feel like every once in a while you get into a layer that has like really slow respawn rate compared to every other layer. For a person that plays WoW so much, I have really good posture. Yeah. I'm pretty tall, so I have to have good posture, otherwise my back will hurt. I also deadlift and all kinds of other stuff. It turns out that having core muscles actually helps with posture. Like, people don't always tell you that. When people talk to you about posture, they just tell you like how you should force yourself to sit. But without like back muscles and core muscles, it's really hard to sit with good posture, it turns out, even if you're trying to work hard at it. It's the longest of swords. It's so much better than like the female blood elves. Like when they have a big sword, the game shrinks it down in their hands. I'm really happy that the orc gets to hold a big sword, because that's what you like to see in a warrior. The Ned Stark Claymore, that's exactly what this looks like, yes. He definitely had the coolest weapon in Game of Thrones. Alright, if anybody wants to get a group going for the Skull Rock stuff, you can go ahead and invite me whenever, and shortly here I'll head up that way. Yeah, just toss me an invite whenever. I'll be heading that way soon. We've got some weapon skill now. We're 28. I'll keep fighting some stuff as I go, but I'm gonna start heading back to the north here. Harambe, good afternoon. You hope I'm ready for the long weekend. Do you want to know, you want to hear a story about how ready I was for the long weekend? So I woke up today, it's Friday, right? And I took my kid to school, which would be fine, except that it turns out he didn't have school today because it was the long weekend. Yep. Got to the school, parking lot was empty. I had 2 moments of dread. My first moment of dread was, oh my gosh, something must have happened. That somebody must have called something in, or something happened, but then I didn't see any emergency vehicles. And then my second moment of dread was an existential crisis. I thought, oh my god, it's Saturday? How did I miss Friday? Where did Friday go? I had this terrifying moment after I realized it was a non-emergency that I thought somehow it had gotten to Saturday and I hadn't noticed. And then my kid said, oh, I forgot to tell you, we don't have school. Like it's his job to keep me informed of everything. And yeah, it turns out that it is Friday, it wasn't Saturday, and there was just no school. That's how prepared I was for the long weekend, is I shorted myself of the long weekend. Which is fine, because I would have probably overslept and then regretted it later. Instead, I got to get up. We got to all 3 of us got to take the dog for a walk. That was really cool. I got to get my workout in and to have a normal day, so. Yeah, he's only in 2nd grade and he likes school, so he's not like often looking for ways to get out of it. But he told his mom yesterday, but she forgot too. She forgot right away because last night she packed his lunch for him. And that was the lunch that I grabbed and put in his backpack when I took him this morning. So I had 0 indication that there might not be school. And I was just happy to be back in the flow of like going to school, you know? We were just going. They get Monday off here too, but for some reason they thought they wanted to give them Friday off as well. It was their first week back. And typically here in South Michigan, we get like that first week of school is a short week. When I was a kid, we went back for like 2 days, and then we had the holiday weekend. At least now they're going for 4 days before they get back off on a vacation. Do I stream Saturday and Sunday? Basically always, yeah. I stream practically every day. There've been a handful of days that I haven't streamed since I started. And a couple of them have been for like, I was out of town. Mostly when I haven't streamed, it's just been a couple of days that I've been out of town. Other than that, I try to stream every day. He doesn't eat the school lunch. Yeah, he doesn't like everything on the hot lunch menu. And I haven't gotten like a menu yet. Usually they send a menu home, and then he can go through and kind of pick the days that he wants to eat at school. But since we don't have that yet, like I'm not taking any chances. I just send him with food. Because the alternative is that he doesn't eat until he gets home, and then he'll be like super crabby. Clint, yes. Do you need me to do that, or can you do that? But yes. Home lunch is always the best. Do you mean home lunch like where you go home for lunch? Back when I was in school, like a lot of my schools were walking distance. So we had cold lunch, hot lunch, and we had home lunch. Nowadays they don't give kids any time to eat. Nowadays they give kids about 20 minutes to eat, and then they corral them outside for recess. And they actually incentivize them to not eat their food because they say, well, as soon as you are done with your food, even if it's not time, you can go out for recess. So a lot of times at my kids' school, like they don't eat all their food, they want to rush outside. But we had what was called home lunch. We had enough time that those of us who lived close to the school, we could walk home for lunch. And just have lunch at home, and then we could walk back. Imagine a world where a 3rd grader could not only walk themselves to and from school for their day, but could walk themselves home at lunch and be accountable to walk back to school and continue school. That was the world that I grew up in. That's not really the world of today. A lot of schools where I live today, like they don't even want your kid walking to school by himself, even if he can. Even if you live close, they don't want you to do that. They either want you to drive him in, escort him in, walk him in, or he's on the bus. Yeah, and when it snows, we do go to school. We usually go to... Every once in a while, we'll have a snow day. We get a snow day if a lot of snow falls right before school is about to start. And when there's no time for them to, like, clear it out. If we get a lot of snow right away in the morning, then they'll cancel school. But it doesn't always get canceled. Joe, I take my kid in. He doesn't ride the bus. I drive my kid to and from school every day. We're a little bit out of bus range. But even if we were within bus range, because I get to live the life I live, I would still prefer to get to take him in every day and pick him up every day. Because that's like time I get to spend with him. That otherwise if he took a bus, that'd be more time that I didn't get to see him in a day. And during the week, he's already gone for like 8 hours a day, so. Some people have to put their kids on a bus and stuff like that, like, we don't, so even if we could, like, I would still take him. And unless he, like, really wanted to ride the bus, then I would let him do it, like, a couple times a week. If he just really liked it. But yeah, the before school and after school, like, that's my time. Alright, it's time to lay waste to Skull Rock. I'm gonna focus up a little bit. It shouldn't be super dangerous, but I'm gonna actually look at my screen for a little bit. It seems like the responsible thing to do. I'm like, you had a hardcore lunch moment. Now you have to go again. Unfortunately, you still need to eat. Can we do this? Is this a real thing? Can we do this? You got, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? I didn't know you could do that there. That's 20 years later. And yeah, I didn't know that. I'm still gonna kill everything because I'm still looking for the lieutenant's insignia too. So I'll kill the stuff nearby here while we're waiting for the respawn to come in. Is this guy... Oh, there he is. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. It looks deadly. It's deadly for them. Alright, so I need to click that. There we go. And then I guess I still need the Lieutenant's Insignia. Yep. I should loot everything. Looting everything would be good when I'm looking for an item to drop. That'd be smart. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're good, guys. Let's just get out of here. Unless, does anybody need anything else? It's the Skull Rock raid, exactly. Vincent, it's going well. It's a reroll, but it's going well. You know, we got the first one killed. But we were having lots of fun, and that's what matters. Alright, so now we go back to Orgrimmar. I still feel like I'm gonna be missing one. And thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys working through that with me. That made it actually safe. But I feel like I'm still gonna be missing one of the quests. Is it the one that chains off of Margaz? Did he is it Fizzle? Is that what I need? Yeah, there should be 5 quests. I got the one from Undercity. Power to destroy. We got Lost Satchel. Sharpening stones. Awesome. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go do the talking with Thrall and stuff. I guess maybe I have to go kill Fizzle. Ahan dead at level 4 while in Mulgore. Slain by Snagglespear. Snagglespear sounds like a named guy. Fizzle has a follow-up that takes me back to Skull Rock. Oh, the Searing Collars. That's not RFC though, right? That's just like a different quest. Yeah, and I want to do that too. But if it's not important for the dungeon, I can do it later. Okay, well let's go do this stuff with Thrall, and we'll see where that leaves us. I have a turn in here. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, maybe it is the one by the entrance. Maybe we're fine. I'll find out in a couple minutes. It was a rare spawn. That explains why I don't recognize the name. Yeah, I am gonna go kill Fizzle after this. Absolutely. I'm gonna do RFC this afternoon / evening. I'm gonna take a break between now and then. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm either gonna do it before dinner or after dinner. I will schedule it once I know for sure.
Welcome to Orc.
But if I get off here in the next half hour, like if we can go kill Fizzle, and we get that done.
What is it?
And then I think if I get off here around 3 o'clock my time, I'll come back on around 4:30 my time. And then we're just going to do RFC later. That's going to be the plan for the later stream, is we're going to focus on just getting the group together and doing RFC. Yeah, it's going to be at least a couple hours out. It's 2:30 my time now. Ideally, I want to do it around 4:30 or 5 p.m. my time. And so that's just a little ways out. But I'm gonna do that on the later stream. Alright, now we have to go back and talk to this guy. A lot of running around today. Devil Surge, I'm having a good day. Yeah, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it.
Strength and honor. Dabu, farewell.
Okay, yeah, and here's the other one. Okay, so then talk to him. Talk to him a lot. And now I would have to go back to Thrall, right? I could do that later. I think I'm gonna head out here. We'll do Fizzle, and then I will run myself back to talk to Thrall before we do the run. What faction is my favorite? I'm recently these days more of an alliance person, honestly. I spent most of my WoW career having to play Horde because the friend who got me into the game played Horde,
and our guild was on the Horde side. But since Classic, I got to play a lot of Alliance, and yeah, I prefer Alliance. I like Horde. I like being on Horde right now because we played a lot of Alliance up until recently. So Horde is really good right now. I'm really digging the female Orc Warrior, like a lot more than I ever thought I would, so that's been really fun too. Do I need to bank anything? I need to do something. I gotta take care of the inventory a little bit in some way.
Greetings.
Yeah. That didn't help a lot. Let's sell the old axe. Sell the cloak. Chunk of boar meat we can cook. Let's sell the older sharpening stones. We'll sell.
Go in peace.
And then we'll actually use one of the newer ones because that would be super smart. Yeah, the blood elves are probably my favorite horde race overall. Obviously, we don't have them in classic era, but I'm finding the female orc to be a good like stand-in. I've really enjoyed the female Orc Warrior. It just kind of like, it fits, it looks good, the animation swings are really awesome, it just feels right. Whereas if I were a Blood Elf Warrior, which they couldn't even be warriors until like Cataclysm, it shrinks the weapon down. You're a warrior, but then you have this dinky little weapon. It's not nearly as cool. The flash ammo? Yeah. I can't sell it either, can I? I probably could have sold one stack of the heavy linen. I'm not going to use all of them. Is there like a safe place to jump down, like a little bit closer to Fizzle? I probably should not even be saying those words. I should probably not be saying the word safe place to jump down. It's probably just a dumb idea. I remember jumping down in like normal versions of the game, like trying to land on stuff on the way down. So I'm sure there is, but like should I really be contemplating it? I feel like this is not enough to kill anybody. I feel like I'm going in right here. This is maybe what I'll do. Boop. Boop. Yeah, we're absolutely fine. I should probably get some elixirs going. That would be smart. Do Troll's Blood. Fortitude. Strength. I love it. I love being able to have like all of these going at once. It's so cool. It makes me feel like a Witcher. That was an amazing charge. Alex, that looked really cool from where I was standing. Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Nice. Thank you for the help. I appreciate it. Now to get out of here. Ooh, training swords. Seems good for the auction house. Now we have to go out the long way. And then this has us go talk to Margaz, and then I have to go back into Skull Rock. If I'm remembering that correctly. Ash, when you couldn't sleep, man, I hope you don't have to sleep. I hope it's not like gonna impede you from being able to like work or something the next day. I have all kinds of problems sleeping. A couple days ago I had my first sleep paralysis episode in a long time. And that was pretty crappy. Henrik, what's happened with us since the Hardcore Realms released? We rolled a warrior. We got killed at level 18. I played on a mage until like level 12, and then I decided that I really wanted to be a warrior still, so then we re-rolled the Orc Warrior. And now we're level 14, and that's all that's happened with us. We did an RFC run on the original warrior, and we're prepping to do an RFC run this evening on this character. That is what we got going on. Well, nah, I was gonna turn that breadcrumb in, but I guess I'll just wait. Let me angle back to Razor Hill. RFC is gonna be this afternoon, evening. I'm gonna take a break here in a little bit. I'll be offline for a couple hours. And around 4:30 or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I want to come back on and do RFC. And I will put up a scheduled stream as soon as I know whether it's gonna be 4:30 or 5. But that I think is the plan for right now. Any auction house action? We've been selling a little bit of stuff on my bank alt, so the bank alt has like 3 gold right now. And that's been good. We've been able to buy a couple things on the auction house, but mostly people are like gifting me stuff, which is awesome. But the auction house seems to be in an okay spot. People are already selling some stuff for like high levels of gold, but you can get some greens for pretty cheap. Level range for RFC is 13 to 18. 13 to 18. I'm pretty sure. 90% sure. I could actually just check. 13 to 18. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dead Torn in the elevator. He probably got stuck. His shoulders probably got stuck. He's like, "Oh, help me, ah!" And then he died. Yeah, they're a little bit too big. Tactical, that was one word. I'm just saying. It was 2 syllables. I did it before as level 15. As a tank, probably. Yeah, if you were gonna tank it, you'd probably want to be a bit higher. I forget what level Alex was at when he tanked it. I don't think it was 17 though.
Zug, strength, farewell.
Alright, before I go to Margaz, I should probably train level 14, because I don't think we've done that yet. Alex was 16. Yeah, we did. It was really smooth. Yeah, we had no problems. We had 0 issues. Warrior trainer. This guy has the quest still. He's like, please get defensive stance. Oh my gosh. Hardcore jumping. I'll take this quest. We're not going to do it now. Demoralizing shout, shield bash. Okay.
For the Horde.
I probably won't use a lot of either of those till later on. I won't be doing any shield bashing at all. Oh, maybe you were level 14, because, yeah, you might have been a lower level, Alex. I think maybe you were a lower level. I remember you were just finishing up getting defensive stance. Like right before the run, remember? So you could have been 14 or 15. You were 16. Okay, he was 16. Confirmed. Hard confirmed. Yeah, it's really easy, right? If you're not trying to make it hard, and you're not trying to go fast, like, there's not too much that can really go wrong. I know I shouldn't say that. But yeah, there's not a lot of danger in RFC. See, it's kind of like the Horde have it so much better as far as dungeons go. This is part of the reason why we went Horde first. Was that Horde have it so much better for dungeons. RFC is like a training dungeon. Dead Mines? Dead Mines is not a training dungeon. A lot of things can go wrong in Dead Mines. There's patrollers that creep up on you. You can aggro half of the boat on accident and bring that down on top of you. Yeah, Dead Mines is not a training dungeon, but RFC is. It is a training dungeon, but you don't get to do it on Alliance. Also, having super easy access to Wailing Caverns on the Horde side, when like the Alliance, you just don't have access. You got to do a swim. Yeah, you know, Scarlet Monastery. How easy is it on the Horde side to get the Scarlet Monastery all the time, whenever you want? You just got to go to Undercity. For the Alliance to get the Scarlet Monastery, it's a huge pain. Especially in Classic era, when no one can summon. You don't get 2 people there. You got to get everybody to do the run. There we go. There's the Naked Tauren. He's doing the no gear no gear run. Is there good warrior loot in RFC? There's 0 loot in RFC. Now, doing RFC is mainly for getting the quest done, getting the kill experience. Because there really isn't a lot of good loot. It's a training dungeon in every sense of the word. Because yeah, the loot's not good. I would be surprised to see a single blue drop. It can happen, you can get a blue to drop, but it's not common. Once we get into SFK, then you more consistently see blues dropping. But before that, you get a lot of green items. You get a lot of BOE greens. And sometimes they're good, other times you just sell them on the auction house. Wailing Caverns is similar, but yeah, Wailing Caverns has lots of good leather as well. Wailing Caverns has like that serpent set. Katie, good evening. It has been a good day. Yep, we've had lots of fun today and we're still alive. We're prepping to do RFC later on this evening. So yeah, it's been really good. I hope you're doing well. You were at the spa yesterday, so you had a good time yesterday. Sounds like a good time.
Thrall Hall.
Steven, awesome man. Yeah, we'll see you then. It's gonna be great. I appreciate you healing.
For the Horde.
Dylan, good afternoon. Thanks for being here.
May your blades never dull.
Alright, so Searing Collars? Yeah, Searing Collars from Skull Rock. Alright, here we go. Back into the fray. This looks like multi-boxing. Oh, no, there we go. They were on follow and then not taking action. It looked like multi-boxing to me. Yeah, 19 is 1 level over. It's level 18, I think, is what it's what maps shows. It's what Leatrix maps shows. Is level 18. And I know they put some pretty strict requirements into hardcore so that like higher level people cannot like help run lower level people through. Yeah, I think we have to be within the 13 to 18 range to not break it. Kick the priest? Okay. Will do. I'm gonna go in here, Alex, but I'll be careful till you get here. At level 4, I shouldn't say this, but at level 14 I probably won't get killed in here. I could, but I probably won't. Although, like, yeah, all this stuff is probably about to respawn, isn't it? Yeah, everything right here is probably about to pop back up. So that could be dangerous. Maybe I will hang out here for a second. Katie, the priest is a really good choice. Yeah, I love a priest. The power word shield, you can survive so much with power word shield. Getting a good wand really early, you won't have to sit and drink your mana back all the time because a lot of your damage can be the wand. You could like Shadow Word Pain, Bubble, and Wand, and mostly that leads to victory. And you're very survivable because not only do you have the bubble, you have a heal over time you have direct heals. When people are kind of trying out hardcore, I always recommend people play something with a heal. Because the heal will let you live a little bit longer. Wait. It's called the Priest Mace of Arcane Wrath. But priests don't use arcane magic. Wouldn't it be the Mage's Mace of +1 arcane spell damage? Priests don't do arcane damage. That should really be the Mage's Mace of Arcane Wrath. Because that might actually help somebody out. So weird. This has to be on the verge of spawning everything back in. I've never seen it this empty in here. It has to be on the verge of all hyper spawning back in at once. Oh my gosh. Alright, that is it. Let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. Alex, thank you so much for the help, man. Official hardcore servers, would I care to say a few words? Awesome, fun, super, enjoyable, and great.
That was more than a few words. We've been having a really good time. Alright, there we go. So this goes back to Margaz, and then yeah. But other than that, we still have to go talk to Thrall, and I'll do that before the run later. That'll give us the last of 5.
Magraw, be safe. Strength, be safe.
Finding the tail lasher eggs on Echo Isles. Yeah, it's it's never easy. I always have a hard time with it. It's like you have to zoom in, but everything about hardcore says like don't zoom in that much. But in order to see them, you typically have to zoom in. Blood Moon, good afternoon. Thanks for stopping by. Am I going to go all the way to 60 or switch characters along the way? You know, there'll be a point when we'll want to do some alliance stuff, and I'm hoping this character will obviously still be alive. But for a while, we're gonna focus this. We're on Skull Rock, Paul. Alright, guys, here is the plan for the rest of today. I'm going to take a break here. Later on today, we are going to do RFC. So that's going to be 4:30, 5 p.m. my time, which is Eastern Standard Time. I will schedule the stream as soon as I know for sure when exactly I want to start. And yeah, if you guys want to see RFC, that's when we'll be doing that. I appreciate you guys being here today and hanging out. It's been an awesome time, and thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And until next time, take care of yourselves out in the real world, and take care of each other. And we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.